like how things evolved. Meaning when I passed out of the college, now I'm going to show off my age, right? So email was something like more privileged. You did not even have access to email. Now you have information at your fingertips where a message, where somebody who has taken a picture like on the other side of the world, you're able to see in the next split second. So that is digital transformation. I am from that generation where we used to write letters home, right? Now, I don't know, probably I want to see. Okay. So I thought there was one more person, one more Raghav in the room. So I just want to see raise of hands. How many have you written a letter in the last decade? A physical letter? Oh my goodness, there are definitely a lot more hands. I'm glad you guys are still writing letters, and I'm thinking it's to real people, right? So when it comes to the digital transformation, going back to this, a lot of organizations, they started realizing, and especially COVID has actually accelerated this process. In the sense, what are we have taken for granted was all challenged, right? And this is what accelerated the digital transformation. And we actually started questioning ourselves, is this the only way to do, right? And when we started doing this, and then there is one thing, questioning ourselves, and two, actually getting tools to be able to transform, right? In the earlier days, the technology was premium. Not everybody could build technology. Not everybody had access to technology. In the advent of cloud, things changed quite a bit. Technology became affordable and everyone had access to technology. And that actually triggered the thought process and accelerated our thoughts towards questioning everything and every way we did. And in my opinion, that actually changed the entire world. And we see the pace at which the technology adoption or digital transformation has changed phenomenally. The pace at which things changed in the first decade of my life were much slower than the second, and then the third, and then go on, right? So in my opinion, digital transformation is questioning ourselves and trying to make sure we bring the best out of us in the best possible way to get the best outcome to whoever is involved, all the stakeholders, internal and external. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very well put, Raghav. So I think we have a lot more to talk about that. I think that's a good intro to start off what it means to you, what DT is all about. So Kalyan.
Yeah. First of all, thanks to CII and the esteemed panel who has very well covered what digital transformation means. So in nutshell, I would simply echo with what our panel members have mentioned about what digital transformation is. So I'd like to quote an example which happened recently in my life, and that shows the importance of what digital transformation is. So it happened that I recently purchased a flat with one of the esteemed builder. I would like to stay away from quoting the builder's name, but the builder happened to host a party even before the handovers have started. So that created an event like this, and everyone started exchanging their numbers. The WhatsApp group started created, and some IT person have created a Google Drive sheet, and all the details have been captured. Now, so much of data is in that Excel sheet, and it's not organized, and everyone is like, okay, I have these many snacks, etc., and all that. So the builder is like, okay, I'll fix it and all. But unfortunately, the poor builder is also not able to maintain the queue of the items that are coming in, and some other IT professional sits in the same group, have helped it organize in such a way that every flat owner can key in the data properly and organize it in the best possible manner. So to help the builder as well as the flat owners to have a holistic view of what is happening and what is coming up. So just like how Mr. Hari and Satya has simplified it in saying that how quickly things can turn around, and how quickly I can get a summary of what is coming next. So that's what is digital transformation for me. At least now I know when my handover is going to happen in the flat which I have taken recently. Yeah.
Congratulations for you're buying a flat in Hyderabad. So good for the Hyderabad economy. So thank you, Kalyan. I think all of them given their perspective of what DT is for them, right? So now, but there are a lot of misconceptions, as Satya mentioned in the beginning, right? what is digital transformation versus what is automation versus what is RPI, or there's so many words going around, and it's the most used or abused word, so to say, in the current context in every organization, right? So I think it'll be good for us to talk to our panel about what's the key difference between the digital transformation versus the automation, so to say, which used to be the earlier buzzword, right? So what are the key takeaways? What are the key differences of automation versus digital transformation? So maybe let's start with Kalyan. So what's for you automation and what's for you digital transformation? What are the key differences in your opinion?
Okay, so for me, both of them go hand in hand. Without automation, obviously, the transformation cannot be achieved. So the transformation is like a superset, and the automation is like the fuel to what we were trying to achieve through that transformation. So if a clear objective is set on what we are trying to achieve through digital transformation, so automation could be one of the driver, and the technologies, whatever it might be, like RPAs or DevOps or etc., whatever you are trying to use, that could be adding the fuel to the transformation part which you are trying to achieve, and help the stakeholders achieve what they are trying to pursue.
Okay, that makes sense. Raghav?
I think these mics are hanging up on me. So let me give it a simple example. Maybe all of us will be able to appreciate it, right? I work for a company called Cii. We're a total talent management company. So if you have a requirement, a person, a request to hire, it helps you take you all the way through completion, right? And in these like ATS market earlier, like before the automations or before anything came in, it all started with somebody sending an email. Okay, hey, I need to hire this candidate. Goes to the recruiter, send me the job description. They send the job description, then they ask, is it correct? Now tell me the how much you want to pay, what level you want to hire, which location you want to hire, all these kinds of things. There is a lot of back and forth. And in the end, everything is done. Now the recruiter starts going in. Let me go to Inaugural. Let me go to Monster. Let me go search for people. Let me download the resumes. Like if I have a requirement, I need to go 50, download 50 resumes and then shortlist them, go to the panel and ask them to do all kinds of filtering, right? So this is how the world was. Now, in this context, let me see, I'll just say in the new world, how things have been reimagined and how the world is working today. Now the requisition is raised in an application, immediately goes for approval, and it makes sure everything is in place. Job descriptions, it may be readily available. If not, then there are ChatGPT integrations where actually you can generate a job requisition based on the keywords. You just need to send it to the people to just ask, hey, is it ready? So, and then all the automations and approvals that actually falls into the digitization space. Now, then instead of actually going to multiple portals, you're just actually being able to go source the resumes directly and put it into your. So it is still digitization. However, the moment those resumes are in, now you're applying AI to say, okay, what is it that my job description is asking for? And what is in the candidate's resume? Let me rank them based on all these things. And because there is AI, now instead of going through 100 resumes and you have your panel going and talking to 100, now you're able to give the top 5. So this to me is digital transformation. And after this, now nothing is stopping me from actually having my tool reaching out to the top 5 directly to say, are you ready? And nothing is stopping for this tool to actually keep looking for candidates, say, these are the common skills that I have. Actively getting connected with the candidates, because if you look at it, the best candidates are the passive candidates. They're probably not looking for a job right now, right? Trying to get those people and trying to rank them and start establishing relationship with the best candidates. To me, that is digital transformation, right? Things have changed quite a bit. What used to take weeks and months has come down to days and hours now. And also it needs to be able to reduce the amount of time people are spending, because we have to increase the efficiencies. Now, instead of a panel interviewing 50 people to identify the one that we need, it's basically 1 out of 5. And at the same time, we are able to get the best of the talent in a timely manner. because the best talent is actually, it's a scarcity. You probably don't have 2,000 people sitting out there waiting to apply for our job. So that one candidate, it's like fastest finger first. How do we get to them really quickly? So to me, that is digital transformation. But many a times the lines are really blurred between digital transformation and digitization, because in this one example, I'm talking about one application, which is a combination of digitization and digital transformation. However, in together, making this technology work for business transformation is what I see as the topic for the day. And also, if you look at it, maybe if you're thinking about an enterprise, they may be hiring about maybe 30, 40 people a month. But if you just put a staffing industry in perspective, they're probably hiring 30, 40 people in a day. Now that is going to completely transform their business. Now it's going to make sure with less number of recruiters, they're able to do the business and they're able to get candidates like this and they are able to submit very quickly. So that is where the entire business model is going to be changing, and it is going to result in higher profitability and higher and better experience to everybody who is involved. So that's my take on it.
Okay, cool. That makes sense, Raghav. So now coming to Satya, who's kind of on the other side, right? He's representing industry body and also works with a lot of SMEs and MSMEs in terms of he consults, I understand, on the DT side. So I think it'll be interesting to hear what Satya's take on the difference between the automation versus the digital transformation. Satya?
So I want to talk about the difference between automation and digital transformation using two examples or two case studies that we have come across as part of our delivery. So one is, there was a company that we were working with, which had a, they used to process more than 20 to 30,000 invoices, vendor invoices that were coming from different this thing. So it was a reasonably big telecom company. And so they had a lot of invoices that were coming in. So the earlier process was all the invoices that were coming from different vendors were all in a completely non-standardized format. And it used to come by email, by snail mail, and so on. So, and there was a big team, almost a team of around 120 people were there, whose job is to receive it and then enter it into the systems, and then it moves on to an ERP where the validations are done and the payment was getting done. So that was the process, and the company wanted to definitely look at improving their efficiencies, and they wanted to bring in automation here. So they did the right thing. So they standardized the invoicing format, and the invoice delivery was standardized. It continued to be, it could be electronic, it could be paper, people who were sending it in paper format. So there was an OCR system that was put in, which read and automatically posted into the relevant systems for processing. So they did a lot of automation, and even for the one that were coming through the electronic format, so they had those mechanisms by which, it used to directly, post the entries into the systems. So they could see a lot of efficiencies improvement. In fact, the team size that was handling this particular job, so they were able to reduce it significantly. But I would still call this as an automation journey only. So it has not resulted in, of course, it resulted in a lot of efficiency improvement, but it is not an example of a digital transformation. Now in contrast to that, I want to talk about another company. Again, it was in the B2B space, and in the B2B space, they wanted to provide a B2C experience to the customers. So earlier what happened was, in the B2B, this one, if a customer wanted something, so they will call up and they will come through any of the channels, voice channel or email or other channels, they will come through. So there'll be a salesperson that will get associated with that person who will understand the requirement, configure the solution, and give a quote, right? And then the whole order to cash process used to take a significant amount of time. Now they wanted to completely reimagined this. And so they did a complete, from level 0, they did a reverse engineering of their processes, or a reimagining of these processes to give a B2C kind of an experience. If you have to go to Amazon and buy, we don't have to be an IT expert to really browse through a site like an Amazon, right? So they wanted to give some kind of a same kind of a experience to them. So they reimagined, and this resulted in, identify. I mean, it resulted in, of course, it resulted in, improvement in their this thing. So they could reduce their turnaround time to make a quote from almost like 74 days to, a couple of days, because even the couple of days was because there was a feasibility study that had to be carried out before making the quote and so on. So the point is that, that of course resulted in massive improvements, but it also resulted in identify. I mean, the customers were able to come and configure their product that they want themselves on the screen, which even the salespeople earlier were not selling, because it was the combination that they were able to see and make on the go was not really being pushed by the salespeople. So which means they were able to get into some new products or new solutions which did not exist before. So my definition of digital transformation is, if it resulted in only, some kind of an efficiency improvement, I would, to me personally, I wouldn't call it as transformation. A digital transformation, by definition, for me, has to result in, a new offering, whether it's a service offering or a product offering, or, you are able to get into a new geography which did not exist before, and so on. So that's the difference that I would see.
I think it's wonderful. I think Satya said it right. Just to summarize in terms of what each one of them said is about the digital transformation versus the automation. Digital transformation per se is changing the way we operate businesses, right? It's a total new way of managing our businesses. And in terms of improving the user experience, improving the customer experience, so to say, and also the whole business, whole behavior change of people in the organizations. So that is digital transformation, right? And so it is, while automating one particular process gives you XYZ efficiency or XYZ productivity improvement, but digital transformation is at organizational level, need to be changing the way we operate. The behavior changes need to be done in each individual. So all the examples each one of them have given, if you summarize that, so the way you operate the business, the way we run the business has got to be in a different way, which results in various benefits, including the bottom line improvements and customer experiences and all kinds of stuff, right? So I'm sure whichever industry you are in, I think not just IT, I think I see CII being in the across the industries, so that there might be a lot of people from manufacturing, pharma, and other industries as well. So this could be applied to everywhere. So that is for me DT versus automation. So whichever stage of the journey you are in, I think it is a good progress to say, and one needs to check as to where are you and how you want to take it to point A to point B is something one needs to look at it. So thank you guys. I think that's a good example. Is the acoustics okay? All of you are able to hear the conversation well? Yeah, thank you. Because a lot of echo and other things are coming up, so I was wondering if everything is okay. But the backbenchers, is it okay? You guys are able to hear us? Super, thank you. Now moving on to the super buzzword about the Chat GPT, right? Anybody not heard of Chat GPT? Thank you. So, but interestingly, last night I was seeing another post. I think in June, I think the number of visitors on ChatGPT, the number of users on ChatGPT has come down from May, I believe, which is kind of an interesting data point. So we couldn't get into the details as to why and how and what's the reason kind of thing. I think we need to see how the future is going to look at it. But it is what it is, right? ChatGPT is going to live, and we are going to be amongst it, and we need to experience that. So the reason why I brought that up is to ask our panel members, and also give you some amount of, to let you guys to think as to how is that going to impact the DT world? Is it part of DT? But everybody's talking about artificial intelligence, right? How is that related to the digital transformation? Is it part of this in your opinion? So, Satya?
Yeah, so, I don't think you can run away from ChatGPT or Bard or, any of those AI tools. It is just, and there is no need to really worry that, is it going to take my job? As long as you are able to leverage it to the, through the right benefit, and I'll quote some example here. You will be able to get the right benefits out of it. So we, as part of our regular work, so we had to do, so we run an award called DX Awards, and it's basically a best practice, collection of best practices. Companies come and present, and so there's a jury which evaluates and identifies, who are the winners, and those best practices are then made available to people. Now, the point is not that. The point is that every year we get more than 400 best practice entries that come in, and even though the jury size keeps growing, it becomes really difficult for anyone to look at, to read through each and every line and then compare all the practices. So everybody wanted some kind of a summary of these best practices that have been given by people. Now, how do you do that? I mean, of course, you can assign a couple of people who will go through it, but then I mean, they may not be able to really do a job, or it will become in that person's or individualistic view of summarizing that particular entry. And so then we looked at the ChatGPT here. So now there are tools that are available, which are of course paid. I mean, because it uses GPT 3.5 or 4, but still, using that, if you have all the things that you want to summarize and take a key message from them in whatever number of bullets, like you want 5 bullets, 10 bullets, or you want it in a precise way, or you want it in a creative way, or you want it in a in a long summarization or short summarization, you just by as simple as using an Excel command, as you can say sum of an entry, something like that, you can just put GPT summarize, and then you can get it. You will be surprised. You will be surprised by the quality of the report or quality of the output that you get in. But only thing that I want to caution is that anyone who wants to just use ChatGPT and completely just pass it on and act like a postman, I think their jobs are going to be at stake. Or I would definitely think so. If you use ChatGPT wisely, and where you already have a 60% upstart to something, and then use the next 40% to make it context sensitive, whatever you are trying to do, and then make it to the next level, I'm sure you will get the right benefit. So I would think ChatGPT is going to be an inevitable thing in whatever we do.
Yeah, thank you. So my question is, not about the jobs per se. My question is more about how do we integrate that into our DT journey? So the key elements of ChatGPT versus the DT journey, if we've already embarked on it or thinking of it, right? So do we introduce the difference of DT versus ChatGPT, and is it part of it? Is my question.
Okay, so again, there is another example. Even though we have not, we are in the process of doing that for a company, but not completely implemented. ChatGPT, so there is a training model that is available through which the past data, I can train the ChatGPT to answer, from the training data that I give. Now the training, if you go to ChatGPT, as a in the generic sense, it will take whatever information with which it was trained. Now, suppose you don't want that. You are a company, you've been running your customer support organization for, say, maybe 10 years, and you have a rich data of what are the typical problems that the customers have posted to you, okay, and what are the typical solutions for that. Now, these may be available as, those tickets and so on, but is it available to the person who's sitting in front of the machine answering the customer? Or, let's take it even to the next level. Is it available to a customer without anybody's intervention. How do you do that? If you use generic chat GPT, it will try to take the data, training data from whatever it was trained with. Now, if there are platforms that today available where I can train the chat GPT. I can have a version of chat GPT, where using the data that I have over the last 10 years. And after that, so it is like you have now created a version for yourself, a chat GPT version for your own company's customer support organization, where any question that they ask, I'm sure it would have been answered already in some way or other. And so they're able to give an instant answer to it. So with which they would be able to completely transform their customer support organization quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, thank you. So, Kalyan, what's your take?
Yeah, so we are a technology company. We heavily invest into advancements that are happening in the day-to-day life, especially in the technology side. ChatGPT is one amongst that. So the way we are looking at it is also built by some human and some organization, and we are taking the positive sort of it. And obviously, this transformation will be there, and it will be advanced as we progress. So we are making use of ChatGPT by embedding into our HRMS systems and into some of our key systems, where we can leverage the benefits of using the ChatGPT. See, if you confuse ChatGPT, it will get confused very easily. If you ask 1 + 1, people will say 2. But if you keep on asking the same question, I'm sure at some point in time, ChatGPT will fail. So ChatGPT is also evolving, and I have personally seen the developers coding in and integrating into the systems to extract the information from so many systems that are available within our own organizations. And it is trained to do something. And so it is being trained to achieve that level of transformation, which is always like we cannot achieve that perfection. So someone is always competitive and trying to achieve that. I want to be the first. I want to do better. So that will keep on evolving.
Thank you. So in your opinion, the ChatGPT got to be a part of the DT, right? So Raghav?
So when it comes to meaning, the first time I used ChatGPT, I was really excited. Man, it can write emails for me. It can write essays for me. Then I started wondering, why is everybody so enthused about this ChatGPT? If it is, I can write the emails, maybe it's probably going to cut down my time by a few minutes. Then when I figure it can write programs, but how does it really know the context? How do we train it to do all these things? Then we did incorporate ChatGPT into some of our tools and some mundane use cases like, hey, generate a job description or do some of the stuff. Some point of time, I started thinking, is this really a big thing? Then I started looking beyond ChatGPT. ChatGPT is probably the first generation of generative AI. Then I started looking at what else does generative AI does. This is where, okay, it can convert words into speech. It could convert words into pictures. Man, this is good. And then when we started looking beyond, and then now it's only working on data that is available from public spaces. Maybe to some extent, we can train it with private data. Then I just stumbled across this video by this guy called Umar Mustaq. I think I probably have the name right. He's from Stable Diffusion. It's one of the companies that has spent so much on AI. And then I was amazed at where this is heading. When I heard, I was amazed where this is heading. Now, for all these ChatGPTs and generative AIs to work, they're probably sourcing maybe 10,000, maybe 1,000 terabytes of data, publicly available data. Now, imagine that working on devices that do not have internet, or maybe a good use case that Satya sir brought up, and which is what I plan on doing in our organization. All these problem databases could potentially become solution databases, right? The problem that the customer has today, somebody had yesterday. How do we connect the dots, right? And this is where, when they did compress this data of 100 terabytes, they figured out better compression and also contextualizing it. Maybe there is 100 terabytes of data, but if I look at it from customer support standpoint, I don't really need 100 terabytes of data. And then apply some compressions. They're able to bring it down to something like 2 terabyte, 1 terabyte, and they're looking at getting the training data going down to as low as 100 MB. That means even when you don't have internet, you will be able to use generative AI, and you will be able to have it generate pictures for you. And then at some point of time, I started thinking, when I got exposed to Google first, it was the best thing that happened to me in my life. Man, there is so much I could learn from it. Now I started thinking maybe Google may not be relevant in the future state, because it may not be as context sensitive as I would like it to be, right? And then this is like, for example, one use case. In fact, one of our customers was talking about in a warehouse scenario, right? Now we were talking about, okay, what if this is available to me on a mobile device? If we think about mobile devices, internet, it becomes mundane. What if this is embedded into a drone, and that drone is doing physical inventory in a warehouse, and then it can actually convert images into text, and when it looks at a bolt, it is actually 3-inch by 1-inch bolt, and it is actually able to count them and say, this is the number you have in the warehouse. And then what this is going to do, maybe the physical inventory that we are doing once a year could probably be once every weekend. Maybe our inventory is much more accurate. Or maybe it could be your cycle counting could be running. You don't really need to free up people to go do physical inventory. So this is where I started getting really excited about knowing generative AI. To me, ChatGPT is probably one of the very first adaptations. I believe there is much, much, much more to come, which is actually going to make our life easier. But at the same time, it can become a little scarier. Like Mr. Kalyan mentioned, it can only be making the decisions as it is trained. Like all those movies that we watch where robots gone crazy, right? All those things can very much happen. So that is where, even though this explosion in technology and explosion in generative AI is going to be making our life easier, but at the same time, we also need to be wary of how it can harm people getting into the wrong hands. And that is where I see there is tremendous opportunity that is coming up. And to an extent, I start worrying, maybe my dad think I'm lazy and I think my kids are lazy. My worry, maybe it's going to make my kids even lazier. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. So thanks for that, relating ChatGPT and what's happening right now to the overall context of DT. So I think I'm sure the audience present here must be in their own journey of implementing digital transformation through organizations at various stages. So before we open to the audience, I want to ask one last question to each one of you. Maybe take a minute or a minute and a half about how complex or how easy it is to move from automation journey to digital transformation journey in an organization. And if you could tell us about how easy and what are the top one or two ingredients one needs to implement to take on from here.
So it is as difficult or as easy as you would want it to be. But I would think that, a company which is already in operation for many years, and if they have to, there are things that have been working well. So it's a profit-making company. It is not that, they are making a loss. It could be a profit-making company, but still, if they want to go for a digital transformation, they have to shed a lot of things that from their past. So which means you need to have an absolute support from the senior management, or basically the leadership team has to be fully convinced that there is a need to go for a digital transformation. So it is not just about allocating budgets, but it is about completely living through, and supporting the people who are making the change happen. It is not going to happen overnight. Typically, all these DT projects would have anywhere between 12 to 18 months to see before it gets completed and you start seeing the results. So till the time, somebody has to have patience, and that's where I would say I would put senior management support and the culture. So there is a famous saying that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So you may have a great strategy, but if you don't have the right culture in the organization, and that is which is not enabled and supported by the senior management, I don't think it is going to really give you benefits. It is going to be a major challenge for you.
Thank you. Kalyan?
Yeah. So digital transformation, the word looks very simple, and everyone, any organization feels like, okay, they are digital. But for me, I think it is a complex process which the mindset has to change right from the top to bottom layer. The people should be ready to adapt the changes that are being brought into the organization. Especially a lot of investments goes into building the apps or the cloud technologies, or even reskilling the human resources and things like that. One of the most important thing for me is to focus on building secure digital transformation program, not just some app you built and ready to launch would not suffice, because we quite often see so many articles and news about where many big giants are uh, trapped into getting hacked, where their data is exposed all over the place. So whatever you're trying to build, try to have a strategy and set a clear objective, and build a secure app or the website which helps in achieving the clear objective of going digital. And this transformation is a continuous journey. It's not like, okay, today I've done this and it's not the end of it.
So I think both Satya sir and Kalyan picked up the difficult part of it, because digital transformation in my mind is business transformation backed by technology, right? And also it involves rethinking and questioning everything that we did. And it's not easy. It's not easy for people to start doing, meaning I'm sure I've been a consultant all along in my life. Every single conversation we get into, this is how I've been doing it for the past 25 years and it has worked for me. Yes, it did work. That does not mean that it's the only way to do it, right? And trying to get that mindset change is going to be the toughest of the battles that we need to find. And then the second toughest of the battles is trying to find a sponsor for a digital transformation who is willing to question everything that they have done so far. And it's really hard, because most people who we find, end of the day, we end up making incremental changes and we end up with digitization rather than digital transformation. So to me, those are the most difficult ones, because unless we have a proper leader who is able to propagate these changes and actually question everything that is being done and look at, is there any better way of doing it? It is going to be really hard. That is the hard part of it. Then the second part, the second question is how easy it is, right? The moment we pass this hurdle, right? I want to just compare and contrast when we started careers. I'm sure a lot of people here, except Kalyan, who is probably from a different generation, right? When we started, there was hardly internet available to us. Everything had to be done manually, and people were happy when there is a stack of papers that were on their desk with something, an exception was marked with an asterisk or bold, was considered amazing. Now, you give anybody a thick stack of papers, they're probably not even sitting at their desk doing stuff. They want alerts going to them, right? So in the past, making all these things possible was really an uphill task. Whereas now, it's a no-brainer, right? That is point one. And point two, the cost of consuming technology has come down multifold. Meaning, in the early days of my career, I had a plywood manufacturing unit. I wanted to get an ERP of my own. Man, except Tally, I could not afford anything. Then I started saying, having come from a technology background, I said, why not I build one for myself? I started building and later realized even building technology is very expensive. At some point of time, I ran out of money, and then my ERP project stopped. Then it was between either you live with Tally or you think about things like SAP, where you may have to sell your factory to get the software, right? Now, that has changed quite a bit. Now, if somebody wants to get an ERP at, say, $50 a month, it is quite possible. And what they're getting is the state of the art, right? That is point number one. And is it just the ERP? There is definitely a lot more the industry specific industry cloud solutions that are available there. Now, instead of somebody actually trying to build anything, it's just a matter of picking the best of breed solutions and tying all of them together and making it a solution at a monthly subscription fees. So that is what is going to make it much, much easier from the digital transformation point of view, because so many things are available over there. They can be connected and they can become your solution. So there is easy and difficult part to digital transformation. Once you cross the hurdle, I think sky is the limit in terms of everything that is available to us to be able to consume and improve the processes, reimagine the processes. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we summarize, I think we have a few minutes for the audience to ask any questions you might have. And any question from the audience? Yes, sir.
Good morning to all. Excellent panel and very informative discussions. I'm not here to ask any question. I have few observations, but let me introduce myself. Professor Dr. M.K. Bhandari, Founder Director of Global Academy of Law, Tech, Education and Research. We are working to integrate the emerging technologies with the legal and ethical regulation and framework, globally and locally. First thing is, I think digital transformation is still a narrow term. I would call it digital revolution, a wild revolution which is happening. Second observation is, it is not about business or industry only. Of course, CIE is discussing, so the primary focus is on industry and business, but we look at it as a holistic transformation. It is impacting our life, our interpersonal life, social life, cultural life, religious life. So it's a very big, huge revolution going on in the world. And as you raised that whether GI is, or ChatGPT is contributing to the transformation, not only ChatGPT, every technology is contributing to the digital transformation, whether it is a AI or blockchain or metaverse or Web3, Web4, quantum computing, everything. Now, there is one word of caution. We should also discuss, because all of you are applying the technology in your places, but have you ever thought about the data protection? Because all these technologies are hugely run by data. Data is a new oil, as we call it. So all these technologies collect and transfer and disseminate. I think I can't measure it in terms of how many gigabytes or that bytes, but that is one thing. And that is impacting our privacy. So privacy is a major issue, which is also a human right. Right to privacy is my human right.
Thank you,
That
Professor.
is
So I think
just
we have other
a
questions.
one word. That is one thing that need to be understood. Second is intellectual property rights. ChatGPT is directly in violating copyrights. Other technologies like metaverse, they are directly violating the trademarks or the patent or the copyright. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So I think that's a different topic. Maybe CA can pick up this and we can organize one more conclave on this. So I think Kalyan did pick up about the security part of it on the cloud side, but yeah, it's a large topic anyways. Yes, sir. There's one gentleman there behind. Yeah. Can somebody give it? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. I present 5 data centers, one of the associate sponsors. So your question, Mr. Bharadwaj's question on automation and digital transformation journey. I am into both sides. Actually, I am into industrial automation and digital transformation. So I will take one case today, adding to the panel members which I spoke to them. So in earlier last 20 years, if you see any utility, there is a generation, transmission, distribution happens, and we used to go in the queue and to pay the bills. In a digital transformation journey, it's a total reverse. If you take Telangana as a state capital, a number of, like Hyderabad, if I minimize to Hyderabad, 1 crore population, number of houses around 40 lakhs. We know the data now, whatever the data they consumes, morning, what is the switch on time, evening, what is the switch on time. So demand side, the data is coming, then we are telling to transmission and generation side, this is the demand for in peak, in summer, in winter, that can be generated at the other end. Earlier in generation side, it is a DCS, SCADA, PLC, everything. That is the industrial automation. This side is the digital transformation, now cloud, everything, all the data comes from them. And the generation prepares for this data. And we don't need to go sit in the stand in the queue. and we are paying at the convenience of our home, and we are also getting the bills instead of alert, something received, alerts are coming, even due dates are coming. So you also know how much you are consuming in a month. Earlier it is total difference. Interconnecting things actually. So backwards to forward, forward to backward, so that people can generate. This can be applied to your FMCG, Britannia industry, how much biscuits consumed in a summer or winter. It can be even applied to McDonald's. Saturday, Sunday, how much people come and visit, so that they can prepare for the raw material. That is the interlink for digital transformation journey, so that they can know sitting at one place, everything happening.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No, that gentleman who raised the hand first. Right behind. Can Mike we get there, please? Right behind. No, sir, that gentleman, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning, all. This is Surendra Mohan from a company called Fintech. So I have two questions. One is, of course, we are using the buzzword and it is very buzz and hype, digital transformation. But our observation when we go to the customers, even though we say many things about digital transformation, but it's boiling down, our customer requirements are coming from, at least in my experience, we have seen three. One is automate the business process that I have, or build the apps that I need to do, and I have something migrated to something else. So would like to understand from the panel that what is your experience with your customers about digital transformation? I mean, what is your customer's perspective on digital transformation? That's
Thank you.
one.
Thank you, sir. So I think Satya would be the right person to.
So one of the first things that we recommend to any company before they start any journey, whether it is a digital transformation journey or even it could result in a simple digitization journey, is that to assess their current level of digital maturity. Now, there are multiple models that are available. CII, our own center has a model called Dexel, which does an assessment of where do you stand on the, it's got nothing to do with just technology, because digital transformation is not, as I said, it's not about just technology. So it looks at what is the strategy of the organization, digital strategy, what is the structure in place, what are the governance, other aspects. Then you look at each of the three sets of processes: the customer facing processes, the employee facing processes, and your operational processes. What kind of, and within that, you look at, is there a standardization that is available of the processes? Is there an automation, or to what level it is digitized today? And the third is what level of adoption is there. So that is, again, that is assessed. The third is about the technology stack that you have, whether it is, it covers the entire thing, whether your infrastructure, your network, your cyber security needs, and so on. So your user experience related, are you designing with UX in mind? So those are assessed. And the fourth is the people and process and the culture aspects, so because the change management is again one of the key things in any digital transformation one. So is the organization ready to do digital transformation? So with this, and along with the results that they have seen from the past digital initiatives, can give a baseline in terms of where do you stand today, and what steps do you need to take to go to the next level, and what kind of benefits that you can see. I would see that as a first step for any organization before they even start spending money on the digital transformation.
Thank you, Satya. I think we are time is up. So sorry, guys. I think maybe we are around some more time, so you guys can grab us for a few minutes if you have further questions. So we are beyond our time limit. So thank you once again. Just to summarize in terms of the digital transformation, what we spoke about last 60 minutes or so is digital transformation is a definition is different to different organizations in terms of where they are in their journey. At the same time, it is the way we are going to run businesses, the way we run businesses as on date, and the way we are going to run businesses tomorrow once the transformation journey takes off, right? It needs tons of change behaviorally, internally, externally as well. How do we operate? How are we operating versus how are we going to operate tomorrow? How are we going to improve the user experience, the client experience, so to say? What kind of a money we are spending versus how it's going to improve the efficiency and the bottom line, and so on and so forth. So it is going to stay, and the different words, the different terminology is going to get introduced into the market. Now the chat GPT has come in and there could be something else tomorrow. So it all really leads to the same thing end of the day. So thank you once again for being an attentive audience, and there's tons of questions coming up. It shows that all have been very, very attentive to this conversation. So thank you very much. And thank you, dear panel, Satya, Raghav, and Kalyan for being what you are. So thank you, appreciate that. And thank you, CAI, for organizing this. Appreciate that. Thank you.
We are really grateful for this thought-provoking discussion. I now request Mr. Hari to hand over the mementos to all the panelists.
But I will hand it over to Hari first.
Digital transformation, instant photograph.
Yeah.
Hope they transform the stomach also.
We will now take a short break for tea and coffee before we proceed to the next session. Let's come back all at 12 o'clock.
The best part I'll tell you is even though it's unorganized, mine ended up being handwritten notes only. So I ended up.
Welcome back from the break. We hope you had an enjoyable networking experience and are ready for our next session. We now move on to the second session of the CII Telangana IT Conclave 2023, which is future-proofing growth in the context of exponential impact of AI. Today, we will delve into the strategies and considerations that organizations need to navigate this evolving landscape and ensure sustained growth and success in the face of AI's exponential impact. To guide us through this insightful session, please join me in welcoming our esteemed moderator, Mr. Santhanam Govindaraj, Chief Information Officer at Broadridge Financial Solutions, India. Following the discussion, we'll have a Q&A session, giving you the opportunity to engage with our panelists and delve deeper into the topics discussed.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We just stepped into the afternoon and hope this session will be as engaging as the previous one. This is a very interesting topic, future-proofing in the context of exponential impact of AI. The previous panel also talked a little bit about AI. AI has been around for more than 40 years, if you really think about it. When I was in college, there was talk of neural networks. Some of these were on paper, did not really take off because of lack of computing power and computing power being very expensive. Now, with the progress of computer technology, AI has been democratized in the last 10 years. 10 years back, we started with machine learning, linear regression, classification models, and progressed steadily. And now we talk about generative AI and ChatGPT. Now we'll spend the next 1 hour with esteemed panel. All of them are practitioners. We have 2 PhDs also in the panel on how AI has evolved and what the future holds across a multitude of industries. I'm excited to learn from our esteemed panel. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of insights for all of you as well. So with that, we'll do a quick round of introductions. Yes, Dr. Sailesh Kumar, So he's the chief data scientist at Jio and also across Reliance Industries. PhD and a lot of insightful work on AI over the years, a practitioner. We have next Mr. Kalyan Mupneni. So he's the founder and CEO of Pi Data Network, Pi Data Centers, a provider of hosting services in India, right? AWS equivalent in India. So we'll hear on how he's enabling AI on infrastructure on cloud in India. Next, we have Amit Sharma. So, Amit Sharma is part of Ericsson. We worked together in ADP in the past. He's AI practitioner over the last 7-8 years across payroll and now in telecom as well. So we'll hear his insights. And then we have Kishore. So Kishore Dara, he's another PhD. He just took a chief innovation officer role with Bondtech. And over the years, he has worked on a number of AI platforms. So at an esteemed panel, we have a lot to share and we'll leave ample time for Q&A as well. So with that, I'll dwell quickly into how we are going to do this. We have 4 topics to cover, right? All the panelists will talk about the paradigm shift that's happening from manual automation, digital transformation into AI mode. So that is first. And then second, we will spend a little bit of time on demystifying AI. While many of you might be aware of what AI is, for some of you, how we reached where we are, right, might be an interesting topic to delve into. So we'll spend some time on that and then move into innovation, right? We are where we are. How are we going to progress into the future? And finally, in the previous panel too, there was questions around security, right? Whenever there is innovation, new technology coming in, there is also going to be concerns on security, privacy. What does it mean to my job? All that stuff. So we'll spend a little bit of time on that and then we'll open for question and answers. So with that, I'll start with Dr. Sailesh. So what's your thoughts on AI? What does AI mean for you and how have you benefited from it?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So, I've been practicing AI across different companies, different verticals. And, in some, AI is nothing but an extension of human intelligence, scaling of human intelligence across verticals, right? So, and what is human intelligence? I can break it down into 4 components. One is the ability to learn, ability to understand, ability to think, and ability to create. So what we have achieved so far is these 4 levels of AI across verticals. And in the last 20 years, we have seen bits and pieces of how do we build AI for very, very specific use cases like a search engine or Netflix recommendation or Amazon recommendation or supply chain. So last 20 years, we have figured out how to do the engineering well, scaling well, delivery of it to the end user well and all that. And the next 20 years is going to be a very different kind of transformation, which is going to be a social transformation, not just economic transformation through AI. And we're going to see how AI will impact our farmers, our teachers, our students, our hospitals, our doctors, our patients, and all that. So that is what we are excited about. And there is a big paradigm shift that needs to happen to go from here to there. So far, we know how to build individual models well. And the next paradigm will be how to build an ecosystem well, right? Like how to build a smart city, how to build a refinery, how to build a telecom. These are very complex products. And we are going to see how to build 1,000 AI API system. But what we know how is to build a 2 or 3 AI API system. So we are going to go from this to that level of complexity. And that's what is very exciting for us at Reliance, the social impact of it and the ecosystem impact of AI. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So AI to me, as Hans said, it's not a new topic, it's an age-old topic, but I think it's evolved over a period of time. Today, right, in the world of edge and cloud and 5G especially, AI is everywhere. AI is sitting on the table next to you in the form of your phone, is consuming data, right? AI, for the very fundamental element that is required, is data. It's ultimately, whatever gets in gets a little bit more intelligent by the time it comes out. But it's also important to know that garbage in is also garbage out a lot of times. So that's where it poses a lot of risk. So in the common world, right, I'll just give you an example. I was in Delhi a few weeks back, middle of the night. I was going from airport to the hotel. So my cab driver, in the middle, I've asked him to go somewhere, and then he was speaking to his smartphone in a very thick local accent. I just immediately thought that there's no way it's going to give him what he's asking for. But I think just a fraction of a second, it popped up, the location, the directions, and everything. So that tells you that it has been learning that particular accent and language over millions of users over a period of time. So whatever cloud or wherever that artificial intelligence technology is behind it, pretty much has been learning that over a period of time. And that's the reason why it would have, because I couldn't even, being a human, couldn't understand what he was saying. So that's the beauty of and the power of AI. So that's why it's very interesting in the context of India. India is a very complex ecosystem, a lot of complex cultures, multi-business, a lot of different types of businesses done in very different shapes and forms, all the way from mom and pop shops to large conglomerates and everything in between. And I think that's where I think the beauty of India is how AI is going to be put forward to be able to provide a meaningful solution to these everyday real-time problems, right? So that's what makes it very, very interesting. I think that's why, to me, if you look at the technologies that I talked about, cloud, 5G, edge, all of that. Today, if you take 5G, today, to me, it's still a tick in the box, right? India has a long way to go in terms of what 5G can do. 4G, for example, has been out there for the last decade, and we saw where 4G took India from where to where, right? So the amount of data that was generated in the country, the social media, the amount of, all the way from regular citizen data to e-governance to smart cities, to everything, like how Aadhaar and UPI transformed everything. I think without 4G, I think all of this would have been very, very difficult. Even if you think about UPI and all these other technologies that were rolled out across the country, would have been impossible without those. But now you can see with 5G where, it will go in the next 10 years. It can almost consume 100x sort of volumes in terms of where 4G was to where 5G is. So all of these things, I think, play an important role in enriching the digital ecosystem in India. But I think India, again, as I said, is a very different ecosystem compared to some of these countries. So all the way from the kind of use cases to the security protocols to how we roll this out are very, very important. And I think we'll speak a little bit more as we go through through this interesting session. But I think that's what I want to kind of point out.
Thank you, Amit.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And since we're talking about journey, can't help mention that I started this journey in the industry itself with Mr. Shakti. You brought me into the industry, ex-MD of ADP. So nice to see you, Shakti. And yeah, about my AI journey in specific, for the past 10 years, I have been into industrializing AI/ML use cases across multiple industries. Earlier with ADP, we were in the business of payroll, talent, and benefit administration. So right from productionizing AI models into for clients to predict employee churn, which employee is going to leave the company in the next quarter or 2 quarters, through to which candidate is best suited for a job based on the profile and the job requirements, through to career graph recommendation based on past career progressions. If a UX designer wants to become a product manager, what would be the career path based on the successful career paths in the past. Through to currently in the past 4 years, I've been with Ericsson. Ericsson is in the business of connectivity, as you might know, networking solutions for the network operators such as Airtel, Jios, and stuff of Vodafones. So here, my AI/ML journey has been about, in a paradigm shift manner of speaking, from feasibility studies, proof of concepts. That used to be the crux of what we did mostly, to today, where we are actually deploying multiple use cases into production more than ever. And to me, that sounds like something of an engineering paradigm shift, because when you do a proof of concept, as most of you know, you're probably running a Jupyter notebook on your laptops, or maybe a SageMaker on an AWS hosted cloud. But what you're essentially doing is figuring out if something works, gives me an insight, can I capitalize this data or not? But to actually take that thing to production is so much more. And MLOps has never been spoken as much as it is being done today. And to me, taking this production, AI models into production in a scalable and in respecting all the governance aspects that enterprises require them to be, I think that's the paradigm shift we are working on. We continue to work on, and in the, and some use cases that come to mind in Ericsson, for example, are intelligent network deployments, designs, energy efficiency. How do you cut down on cell power management? And when I say cell here, these are the tower, the instruments on the cell towers, which are actually helping you connect with the rest of your folks. How do you make them sleep in efficient way, go into deep sleep and come back using AI, so that the energy footprint is as less as it can be? And we'll talk more about those use cases, but this is a summary. And to me, being able to take these use cases across a plethora of clients, some of them on maybe on a private cloud, others on a bare metal server on a on-prem arrangement of their own, and some others could actually be willing to take our cloud services. It all is ending up becoming a challenge of a different kind, where we have to possibly build once, deploy everywhere, design things in a more scalable and efficient manner. Some of them may run on chips because you need to have a nanosecond response, versus others which can take some time to come back, and that those could be hosted. But we'll talk about more of those. But to me, that's a paradigm shift from engineering mindset.
Hi, good morning. So I'm going to take a slightly different take here. I'm going to directly jump into the paradigm shifts. Okay. I see two paradigm shifts here, not just one. Okay. The first is at a basic level, at a fundamental level. And second, how you apply this, how the industry is evolving. Okay. The first paradigm shift is this whole generative AI that is coming into play here. So I know most of you are practitioners. So pardon me if this is I'm too simplifying this, but if you know the inputs, you're trying to find the function so that it matches, it's a certain objective that you're well defined, right? That's how we've been doing ML AI for a long time, right? So you got your input set, what you're looking for, and then you're discriminating on the function that you're choosing, essentially, right? So what is happening now? That's a wonderful example that you gave with the output, the outcome. It's a different way now. So to match this outcome, what should my inputs? That's generative AI for you. Okay, so it's a completely different transformation, completely different way of thinking, and you couldn't have picked a wonderful example than that. Okay, thank you for that. I mean, this is the essence of what is happening today, and this is not just in any industry. This is happening in science, and obviously, if it happens in science, the next is engineering. You're scaling that up. This is happening in business. It's happening everywhere. The fact that we are able to get vaccines in 2 weeks is because of that, because they're searching the space, the entire input space, because they know the outcome. They got the DNA sequence, their RNA sequence of COVID, right? Once it's sequenced, every lab around was trying to generate the possible candidates for the vaccine. And why it took 1 year is for the trials, not for the vaccine, right? We all know that. I'm just saying how it's transforming, and in transforming the problems we are doing today, certainly it will transfer the problems our kids are going to do in 10 years, 20 years from now. That is a big paradigm shift. It's nothing, it's nothing to do with ChatGPT, nothing, any of this stuff. COVID vaccine has nothing to do with ChatGPT, but it's generative, right? So so just think a little broader. There's a very ground shaking paradigm shift at a very basic level. Okay. The second paradigm shift that I see is how this is implemented. Now, large foundational models have been built by companies. This is where earlier what happened was when you do AI, you get a bunch of things, you label them, or you do something supervised or unsupervised, you build a model for yourself, right? The larger the data that you have, the model. But what is happening now is people with the muscle are building foundational models. So now the likes of Stanford cannot do that. Forget about small, companies, because you get 150 million, you need 10,000, 20,000 NVIDIA processors to do that, GPUs. Who has that kind of money? We don't have any of this. A lot of people don't have, right? So you have to think that the layered structure of how your AI applications in your companies are going to be. Okay, so they're built, of course, the cloud is there. Okay, and then they're built on the foundational models, whether it's GPT or some other models or any other new open source that comes in play, or very domain specific open. We don't know what's going to happen. Okay. On top of that, there's a very, of course, there's a customer driven application on the top. The middle layer, that's where the play is all about now. Okay. So the paradigm shift is if you have an AI team or you're thinking of problems, you think the fundamental problems are changing, and then how you actually approach that problem is changing. So I see two paradigm shifts here. I'll stop there. I'll come back to that if as we go along.
Thank you. Thank you, Kishore. So we heard 4 paradigm shifts, how Reliance and companies are moving from benefiting themselves to a social transformation. So that's a huge one. And Kalyan spoke about a driver with a thick accent benefiting from AI. So that's democratizing technology, right, for the masses. That's a great one. Amit spoke about the engineering paradigm shift. And Kishore, your point on the first paradigm shift, which is if you know what the outcome is, then AI will solve the problem for you. So now we are flipping the problem, right? Do you have clarity, right? Do we have clarity on what we want, right? Then if we know the what well, then how is done by AI. I think that's generative AI in a nutshell. So now we've seen what has been done so far. So let's step a bit into the opportunities and also threats, right? So we'll start with Shailesh again. So what do you see, Shailesh, as the biggest opportunities in your industry, right? That's being explored now. And what are the threats that can derail those plans?
So at a meta level, what AI does to industry and to society and to governance is it transforms our ability to make decisions, right? So if you think about how we used to give loans 100 years ago and how do we do it today, the API is still the same, but the method of doing it has changed, right? Instead of keeping a Mangalsutra Girvi or something, now we do a CIBIL score or whatever, right? But the API is the same, implementation has evolved. So every decision that a business makes, and ultimately every business is a collection of decisions, right? Where to put the next set of cabs, who is going to deliver this to that, how much inventory to keep, what should be the price of everything. So really every decision, whether it's a Google search engine or a retail or a telecom or a media company, is just a collection of decisions. And fundamentally what AI is doing is helping us improve the quality of that decision. So what I mean by that is, instead of making a broadcast decision, we are able to do personalized decisions now. This is one big paradigm shift. All of us see a different Netflix screen on our screens, right? Or a different YouTube screen. Personalization is a big transformation. Second one is we are going away from reactive decisions to proactive decisions. So customer care should call the customer instead of customer calling the customer care. And we should say, hey, we know that there is something wrong with your system and we are working on it, right? So before something happens, can we intervene, right? Like before a customer leaves the bank, can you intervene? So how do we be proactive in our decision making? Third is instead of batch decision making, Monday sale, whatever, how do we go real-time decision making? Real-time is another paradigm shift that is happening. Something event happened in the past, how is it going to affect an event in the future, right? So you had certain events in health in the past. Can I be proactive and predict what is the next health event you're going to have? And that is now possible. And fourth is, how do we move away from tactical decision making to strategic decision making, which is very important. How do we not to give too much pesticide and fertilizer now, which is tactical, but balance it with the quality of soil in the future, right? So these are four big notions of a better decision that AI is able to do. I'll just give some examples of decisions that, what I think are very advanced AI algorithms. So one of them we are working on in telecom, for example, is that city is a dynamic entity. People are somewhere in the morning, afternoon, commute, but the cell towers are static. The only thing dynamic about the cell tower is the angle of the antenna, which we can control through software. So the question is, as city is dynamic, can you change the antenna optimally so everybody gets the right quality of service at all times? Because you cannot keep adding cell towers, right? Can we do end-to-end optimization of refineries? So we run some of the largest refineries. So instead of optimizing one unit here, if we see the whole thing as a single refinery and not 200 units, can we think about generating, controls so that, the whole thing is optimized? And when a new type of crude comes and you want to produce the same quality of jet fuel, how do you re-optimize the whole refinery, right? So these are some very complex problems. And that's what I meant by we know how to build individual models and do small set of APIs independently. Now we are moving into complex systems where we need to be able to put multiple models. Output of one is input to another. And how do we optimize end-to-end? That kind of use case, right? How do we connect the dots between a customer ordering something on JioMart all the way to saying what replenishment I need to do in the backend? Can we think of it as an end-to-end system instead of saying, here is a customer-facing app, here is an inventory-facing system, here is a delivery-facing system, and the three systems built by three different vendors don't talk to each other. So therefore, we need people in the middle. So today, most complex systems are run by people doing the job of integration. So therefore, integration backward is the new approach we are taking. And if you look at nature also, it is taking an integration backward approach. It built an integrated product called Amoeba, and then it scaled it up to a human. Right? So the idea of integrate first, then implement, then improve, and then innovate. Today, what do? We spend years on innovation, and integration is still suffering. Right? So these are some of the things we have learned while I worked at Ola. Integration of end-to-end systems, right? The pricing and the allocation and all the decisions that Ola takes, all the decisions that a telecom takes, all the decisions that a refinery takes. How do we think as a whole and not the part is a very important paradigm shift in our thought process. And now we are seeing a resurgence of social use cases like we talked about. How will a drone do the decision of which crop needs what? Or how do we connect the satellite data and the photograph that a farmer is taking? How do we integrate everything to give a personalized advisory to a farmer and saying, today morning, this is what I see, this is what you should do. Your soil data is telling me this, weather prediction is telling me this, satellite is telling me this. It is now possible. We have all the individual components ready. The next 20 years is the decade of integration. Right? We already have 80% accuracy on everything. Now we have to integrate all that to create amazing solutions like a dashboard for the country. We know which crop will come when, and we can now optimize the supply chain instead of farmer throwing their crops and running away, right? Or making the wrong export-import decisions. So I think the amount of impact through integration of a complex ecosystem is enormous. And that is what we are looking forward in all the different verticals. Thank you.
So I'm going to take a cue from what Sailesh said. One of the themes of what he just said is integration of the complex ecosystem. So now when it comes to AI, I mean, at the center of it, that cloud and data center plays a significant role. Today, networks play a significant role for data consumption. Then you have data processing, then you have data storage, then you have analysis on top of it, prediction, and then generating the results. So if you look at this life cycle of this entire process, cloud and data center plays a phenomenal role. And again, putting it in the Indian context, the kind of network power that we require, especially at the edge, to be able to consume this kind of data across the country. I think Sailesh talked about agriculture, for example. We can talk about schools in rural areas. We can talk about accidents in freeways in remote areas. So there are a number of, we can talk about wildlife in forests. How can we, for example, increase the number of tigers in Bengal, for example, right? So these kind of use cases, I think the networks, the edge is extremely important. Now you have the processing. Now, I also want to talk about, what Krishna said about the expense of this whole ecosystem, right? I mean, is this reachable to ordinary and common businesses to be able to get computing power, get access to computing power like this? So I think we have a long ways to go, but I think this is where cloud comes in, where at least it is readily available. It is available at a fraction of a cost. If you were to go, 5 years back, where you would work to implement these systems, like for example, each box today, either from an NVIDIA or Intel, for example, they cost like 200K. It's extremely expensive. I mean, that's almost more than a revenue of an average size company in India. So it's extremely expensive. So ensuring that the ecosystem has these kind of things available. And the good thing is now we have cloud. Everybody is embarking on cloud. It's a cloud first strategy. It's not a option anymore. It's a competitive advantage. But I think for some of these businesses, I think getting access to AI infrastructure to be able to use these kind of models is very important. So I think so I think from I think one more thing from a data center perspective, again, India today, we have like 5-6 big cities. Again, going back to what my heart calls out, like for example, we have data centers in Vijayawada and Kochi. We are a big proponent of data centers in tier 2, tier 3 cities and going green. AI is going to consume power like hell. In the next 25 years, I think 25% of the world's electricity is going to be consumed by data centers. So in this context, it is now the time to invest into the future by looking at building data centers into tier 2 and tier 3 cities and consuming green energy so that we don't, eat our own this thing in tier 1 cities and break our own infrastructure. So I think I'm a big proponent of, proliferating data center networks into tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Going green, consumption of alternative energies is going to be very important in the context of the growth of AI as well.
Yep. Thank you, Kalyan.
Yeah, I could talk about a few innovation opportunities in telecom because that's where we are at. So basically, NOCs, the network operation centers, are huge organizations or units which handle the entire network traffic, management. And for me, the innovation opportunity lies in to what extent can we automate the whole process of an intelligent network analysis and configuration. And to a point Sailesh also made earlier about tilt angle, but there's so many other opportunities in terms of traffic load handover, traffic load balancing, energy management, and so on and so forth. So a measure of such an impact should be in terms of how zero touch it truly is. We talk about zero touch enterprises. So the innovation lies in, are we able to take away the human in the loop totally out and let the networks manage themselves in some sense of in the future autonomous manner. So that's a huge opportunity. And we are talking 5G now. Ericsson just shipped its 10 millionth radio equipment, which is 5G ready. So such milestones are important because 5G is a big enabler, and something Kalyan was also talking about, that with 4G you get speeds 100 to 200 Mbps per user at its best, but 5G is supposed to honor a 1 Gbps bandwidth, and that doesn't come easy without actually being able to monitor this much data, so much traffic, and so much of equipment, because with increasing frequency, the range reduces. When you talk of radio, frequency and range are inversely proportional. So now you have more radio equipment, very shortly, distance placed radio towers, which have to now talk to each other for a very seamless experience to the end user. And that for that, AI is not an option. It's only way out to be able to intelligently manage such networks. So opportunities in managing them with minimal human in the loop requirement. Secondly, energy management with the increasing cost of such footprints on the hardware, on the battery, and overall carbon footprint. There is an opportunity to also smartly put things to sleep. These are antennas are cells which you can put into deep sleep or sleep based on the expected traffic, or predicted traffic, or how the handovers will take place. So that's another opportunity. There's also opportunity in from a generative AI standpoint, being able to create digital twins, because when we roll out new features or network designs, you cannot test them all the time on a live network because you are not doing it at the expense of the customer. And you cannot have a parallel network just for testing your stuff out. So if you had a simulator, an emulator of sort, which would tell you exactly how your operation will look like, a virtual representation of the, the real world network, that could help companies solve many problems preemptively before they roll it out into production. And with 5G, some of the new use cases that have been unlocked include much more, immersive AR VR experience. So when Apple launched it Vision Pro, it doesn't go without, its fair need for a bandwidth. You cannot have augmented reality without a very, very strong connectivity, as well as a zero latency promise on that. So such things, they are great enablers, great opportunities. How immersive can we make them? And instead of having a battery pack in your back pocket to carry around, could we make it so energy efficient that such things can be managed with a very lightweight pair of glasses? I think one of the great opportunities, smart factories, we are currently piloting a few, but in the future, in near future, I see an opportunity in making many of such connected devices. We have billions of connected devices already, and we could enable much more if we used AI/ML right. So we are at the beginning of a very exciting time, and I'll let Kishore also share his thoughts.
So coming back, so the opportunities and the risks have to be in a spectrum. So let me explain what I mean. So when we did AML, when I was my previous job, is I actually stepped down to a head globally AML because I wanted to be very hands-on. Because if you sleep for 6 months, you wake up in a different world. Okay, so I didn't want to do that. So I stepped down before I took this new position. So that's the material. But what I meant there was, in that job, the first thing that I said was, it is not a monolithic thing. AI is, or ML, or however way you want to use, it's not a monolithic thing. So the risks and opportunities are completely different. Okay, for example, in the Fintech, my previous thing, the Fintech job, what we do is the regulatory stuff, the time series modeling, where you need to explain what you're doing. You're rejecting a commercial loan. You need to tell why you're rejecting. You can't just, hide and say this black box model gave me this, right? So there's opportunity in identifying low risk thing in a very, with a lot of macro and micro drivers, your GDP is going up, or some occupancy, or some consumer expenditure is going up. So I know hotels are going to be, that sector is going to do well, or something like, right? So that time series modeling, we do classic, good old or buddy regression, ridge regression, lasso, whatever regression methods you want to use, right? Because you can explain that. Okay. But there are some other things you want to extract hidden signals, let's say from transcripts that every companies in that sector are giving. There are some subtle signals. You want to extract them. Then you got to use some language models. You got to use some lot of things. That is some internal tool. I don't need to explain to anybody. So it all depends. Opportunity, there's huge opportunity, and there's risks, and it all depends on weighing. If you are thinking AML as a monolithic thing, the first thing I told my CEO was that, hire AML. No, tell me what problem am I hiring for. Okay, then I'll find out an AML guy for that, or AML person for that. It's not a monolithic thing. Okay, so the spectrum is wide, the risks are wide, and the opportunities are wide. So traditionally, smart people always made good decisions given the knowledge in any field, right? Now with AI, now I'm pivoting again. That part I hope I made my point there. I'm pivoting to another thing. Okay, opportunity risk, right? So now we have, with all these models and foundational models that I was talking about, we have an augmented way of increasing our knowledge to make better decisions. Whether we let the system make the decisions or just augment it to make decisions, that depends on your problem. Okay. But the opportunity is these models have the power of emergence and homogeneity. Emergence means within the system itself, without any external training, the model is emerging. Okay. So you have to remember that. So this now, whether it's ChatGPT or whether it's like Google's Bard, whatever model you're talking about, large language models, or even image generation models, like there's huge generative models in other spaces. There is robot reinforcement algorithms that are going into robots, right? So there is a lot of generative aspects, we're not just talking about one transform models or one particular model. There is a bunch of models that go, even genetic algorithms, good old genetic algorithms are generative. Okay, so the generative models are much larger. Anyway, coming back to this, so the emergence of this model within itself is what is the beauty in it. The homogeneity applying to vast areas of things, okay, is a very good thing. But the problem is, that's opportunity. The problem is we don't know which tasks they're good at. That's something that we got to figure out, right? So they're very homogeneous, so they can do anything. But for your domain, if you want to apply them, you got to make sure how to test it. There's no, when they release this model, what do they guarantee? Nothing, right? They don't even tell what test set they did it. Nobody opens it up, right? They don't tell what they tested on. They don't even tell any other details except this has so many billion parameters. But that doesn't mean anything for, right? So anytime you do a model, you say this is the test set. And this is how science and engineering has evolved. And people say, this is what I observed, this is how I share. But these models, nothing is shared. Okay, that is a risk. But the opportunity is you can create that set for your model, for your domain. You can say, and is this working well? Or in the middle layer, do I need to do something? So there's huge opportunity in augmenting what you do. Okay, in transforming, that's a different business story. That's a thing. But even augmenting, but the huge risk is that you don't know anything about the model. It's so homogeneous. Okay, it's emerging. Emerging is good, but homogeneity may not suit us, and it doesn't even tell what it does well.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned Fintech, ChatGPT, and then identifying what problems AI is good at solving. So connecting these three, wanted to share something that a Broadridge that I am part of launched last month. It's called BondGPT. Hari mentioned that ChatGPT footfall reduced in June. Maybe it's because more people are coming to BondGPT. So BondGPT is a price discovery solution for bond traders, right? So now the part that Kishore mentioned about identifying the problems that AI is good at solving, right? Some like if you want to know what's the price of an equity that's traded in one of the stock exchanges, that's very easy. You just go and find it in a ticker. But there are some products like corporate bonds or some of the municipal bonds in the US that there are thousands of such instruments, but very few trades that happen. So even to know who is holding that instrument and who is interested in buying is difficult. But then there is data available, right? There's data available within the depositories that can be mined to do that price discovery solution. So that's an example that I thought can be shared. So AI is really good at sifting through data, large amounts of data, big data, and being able to give specific solutions that otherwise is humanly impossible to figure out. And one common thread that I found in what all of you mentioned, right, is how the opportunities lie in being more proactive rather than reacting to challenges, right? In the past, a lot of times we have seen organizations excel and benefit by providing solutions that respond to challenges. But AI is going to, I think, flip that paradigm, right? In the future, organizations that are going to help customers in being proactive, right? Knowing who are the customers I'm going to lose, so that I can address their need, right, before they set their minds elsewhere, right? Who are those employees who are going to leave, right? So I can address their concerns before they make the decision. So I think that's where the opportunities lie. So touching upon the threats, one question, right? Maybe a quick 1-2 minute answer from each one of you. While opportunities are there, threats are there, there is also that need for governance, right? Self-regulation. A lot of times when we self-regulate, there will not be that external impetus to regulate us. So what are the thoughts and initiatives within your organizations, right, to regulate and to provide that sense of security for your customers?
So the word self-regulation is an oxymoron. Yeah. It has never happened in any industry until it was imposed, right? So if you look at the biggest threat I see in AI, not just in the company, is this idea of self-regulation. If you look at the history of technology, every technology we have misused before we have used it well, right? Whether it was nuclear energy, the internet, the Gmail, we have misused it before we started using it well. And we have already started to see a lot of misuses of technologies like AI also coming up, right? So I think right use cases, we need to make sure that we only apply it for right use cases. AI by itself has no moral compass. It doesn't know that it is being used to wipe out a city. It doesn't know that. It is the human behind the AI who knows that. So who are we going to regulate, the technology or the human behind it, right? So that's a debate we all need to have. Another big problem is the privacy and ownership of data, right? If you look at the new health policy, the health stack, there is a very strong consent mechanism. If I decide to give my data to this doctor for a particular session, only then my data can be viewed by him. Otherwise, even my spouse should not be able to see my data, right? So that is the level of privacy. Even after 9/11, we worked on a project around, let's get everybody's flight data and make sure 9/11 doesn't happen again. And, Homeland Security lost that case, that even in the name of national security, you cannot violate privacy. That is how important privacy is. And this is going to become a big issue. Everybody understands that. And we need mechanisms of, at the source, when data is generated, obfuscate everything so that internally nobody knows whose behavior you are looking at. While you can analyze the hell out of the behavior, you don't know the identity. And as long as we can separate the identity and behavior, we have a very foolproof privacy system. The third concern I see is, the cost of AI is increasing. And not only that, I think the direction AI is taking, we don't learn to generate text by reading billions of text. We don't, learn to do cats versus dogs by looking at billions of examples of cats and dogs. We don't learn how to translate languages by looking at parallel corpus. The way AI is trained is completely different than the way humans do this, right? ChatGPT can give you a very nice answer, but it doesn't understand it at all the way we understand it, right? So the idea is, I think we need to also step back and see whether AI is heading in a, what I call a brute force AI direction. Lots of data, lots of compute, lots of big models and parameters, and just going on and on in a certain direction because everybody is on the bandwagon now. We need to step back, and there is a school of thought that says true AI is with less data, can you do more? Not with more data, can you do more? And I think we need to think of that paradigm shift. I think I talked about all of them. And the fourth one is interoperability. So, today, if you want to build a connected system end to end, we need to be able to standardize. So the 5G, 4G is a standard, MP3, MP4 is a standard. AI has not been standardized. Even if I look at APIs of Microsoft, Google, and Amazon for the same thing, they're different. So the idea is standardization, like we have done in telecom and other domains, we have to do in this domain. That will really help us build interoperable systems and APIs talking to each other. Yeah, thank you.
I think Shailesh has touched on a whole gamut of things, I think excellently covered. But I think it's a very tricky, complex question or a topic to discuss and answer. I mean, we have seen that the data privacy bill has been approved by the cabinet, and it's going to be tabled in the parliament in the next session, I guess, in the upcoming session for approval. It will be very interesting to see what the detail and the fine print in that is going to be, because all we have seen what that came out in the last couple of days is, okay, if there is a data breach, you'll be fined 250 crores. That's like very, are we looking at a policy paralysis, or are we, how are we going to control this? Data is very tricky because you have number of stakeholders all the way from the endpoint who is consuming it to the person who is the network holder to the person who is processing it and who is the end user. So there are a number of shareholders, stakeholders in this. So it's very, very difficult. So I think it will be very interesting. So I don't think there is a silver bullet answer for this, but I think especially in the context of data privacy at large, when it comes to the bill, so it'll be interesting to see the fine print. But I think at the end of the day, every single stakeholder in the food chain is equally responsible, to making sure that they play their role in safeguarding the data of the citizens, of the institutions, of the companies. At the end of the day, as far as their networks are concerned, their systems are concerned, their users are concerned. But I think I want to throw out this whole privacy bill that just came out, which is going to be very, very interesting and probably be up for a big, big debate in the upcoming days.
Yeah, I had a few thoughts to share because the industries, most of us are highly regulated, HR and telecom, not an exception. So, privacy and legal teams are a norm to have in at least the corporates who obviously have a name to also uphold, because it's very easy to get sued on misusing or even without an intention to do that, misusing some data. So we had the whole, data science teams being audited for what features, like we call them, used for a churn prediction, for example. So you couldn't use if they are like their gender, you couldn't use their age, you couldn't use if they're married or not. And some of these actually ended up being important predictors. But for whatever reason, and for good reasons, they were not allowed to use, they were not used. But the funny thing is, in another model where we were trying to match a job to a resume, it ended up, even though we have to be very careful about that, the bias may come through leakage, through a proxy feature, which not necessarily is the original feature. So gender is not there, but it was recommending candidates for a receptionist job from women's college only, who had education in women's college only. So the gender bias was coming from a college affiliation of sorts. And again, tests for bias should be outside of, the model. Just model genesis is not the place where you look at. You also look at how it is performing, the ways to do it. And we should be very mindful of, not going with the biased models, which can put us in a spot. To Kishore's point about explainability, transparently trustworthy models are actually talk of the town. They are a requirement now. And we have a huge focus in our organization to also build explainability into the system. People who are in data science know that the technologies such as LIME, which try to convert a nonlinear model to linear, or a Shapley values from game theory, or a GradCam, which tries to find out which parts of the image actually are driving the outcome in terms of classification. These are all surrogate models. The good thing is all these explainers are surrogate in that they don't have to know the innards of your model to be able to tell a way how it is predicting based on the parameters you're giving. So in some sense, there is a hope, but we need to try it out. How well they work on LLMs. We need to have guardrails. We need to test this out using LangChain, which is a common, a technique allows you to use multiple models in a chain, including large language models. So we need to try those out. Those are some of the things we are exploring to find out if explainability can be built on black box model. Typically, they have been built, but can it also be baked on top of large language models? It's not an easy problem, and guardrails are, not that easy to put either. So that's where we are at. The last point I want to make about managing privacy again, when you are using customer data to provide an important, better experience to the customer, the data still belongs to the customer. So how do you build models which help you achieve both customer privacy, like a, end user, mobile phone user? So the data, there is something called federated learning. And we have had examples where we could actually learn from data patterns without shifting them all to a single place. So that way you're respecting, there are small models built at every edge, which ultimately passes on only the weights in no particular way, which is reflective of the underlying data. And that central, orchestration of the weights is again towards ensuring that the model that is built is free of the proprietary data, at the same time is able to perform well. So, a couple of things I just wanted to share with you around how we are dealing with the challenges of privacy and, explainability.
I'll quickly stick to your 1 minute. I don't know how much time you have, but so yeah, quickly, it all depends on your application, your trust and privacy. It is not a generic thing. Okay, if I'm typing autocorrect, it's coming up. It's even if it gives error, that's okay. Even if they share my little few things, that's fine. Okay, but if there is some other data, there is the privacy thing has been solved in some sense. There's differential privacy techniques where you do, if it is really for some of the fintech things, when we aggregate across, we don't give specific customer details or anything. We just say, this is the distribution of the customers. Where do I fall? Okay, so you make inferences on the distribution, not on each individual customer. Okay, so there are ways of solving this. It all depends on, you got to come in, and trust is important. Trust is how much you trust in the model, how much is important. If you really need a very trusty, explainable model, like you're saying, you go very basic sometimes, right? Yeah. So it all depends on your application. It's not a universal thing. And I'm going against this whole privacy thing in some sense, because privacy depends on your application. I don't care if somebody says, a few things that are private about me out, but there are some things I care. Okay, and if I'm a business, it's the same thing, right? If I'm down, some other things may be okay, but some other things I'm very, very strict on the privacy. So there are other ways of solving that, but that should not be a threat for you to enter AI. Okay, I don't think you should. This new technology comes in, you have to solve those are engineering problems that have to be solved. That's how you should look at the biggest threat. I'll stop there. The biggest threat is ignoring AI. That's how I see it.
Yeah, that's a good summary. The biggest threat is ignoring AI, right? So we have 5 minutes. So one quick fire 30-second round, right? There has been a lot of technical talk. So in simple terms, what would be your advice for the industries and the individuals, the people here on what they should be doing to embrace AI, right? Not ignore AI. So we'll start from Kishore.
Okay. I got used to the order. So yeah, so I'll be little the advice that I wouldn't say advice, but suggestion that I would say is bring computational thinking to your organizations. That is the name. Like how math skills are important, computational thinking is very important. What I mean by that is they need to understand how data has to be organized. They don't need to be programmers. There's nothing to do with programming. Okay, the domain experts. Whether you're running a manufacturing plant, you're running an electrical plant, you're running something else, how to organize the data in your domain. If you know the representation, the abstraction of the domain, if I'm a chemical engineer, I need to know, or a molecular biologist, I need to know what a protein structure has to be represented as a graph to make good inferences on it. So if I'm hiring, I hire somebody who understands that. That's any day better than hiring a completely pure somebody who can do a little biostat or do something else, right? So what I want to say is this is true for advertising, marketing, any field. Okay, just make sure that they're getting skilled on that, and that's my strongest advice is you're bringing the math is bringing the models are bringing the math. If you're not developing the model, I'm assuming a lot of us are not bringing in the foundational models here, but the domain experts, they play a huge role if they understand the computational aspects of things. The domain experts, we haven't talked about the domain experts here, but with the foundational models in place, the game is the domain experts. They bring in whatever domain you're in. If they understand how this can be used along with the ML or AI, it is a collaborative effort. If it's not, you're just scratching the surface. You're not doing anything foundational or fundamental there. So the domain experts have to understand what is happening in the computational, they to understand the computational thinking, how to represent, bring good data sets that can be, that's one thing. And second thing is bring good data sets. Whatever problem you're doing, bring good data set that can be used for replicating what you have done. Okay, and then the outcomes, solid outcomes that you want. Whether it's a generational model, doesn't matter, solid outcomes that you want. And then you can change that. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll stop there.
Thank you, Kishore. Yeah.
Quickly, might be a repetition in some sense, but know the business problem you're solving, because sometimes people adopt AI as a result of FOMO, fear of missing out, and figure that they just got an AI team in place, nothing much out of it. So know what business problem. To this, I would say from an org structure standpoint, have the product management, a very strong product management with trained on AI, or at least some AI experts coupled with them, to identify the opportunities, the low-hanging fruits, which do not require a big bang, everything in the planet solved before you actually go. And thirdly, go lean on it. Simplify. Don't look for only Gen AI solving your problems. If you can solve a problem with a simple statistical model that addresses or begins to address a pain point in a significant manner, don't hesitate to put it out there and experiment. And obviously, that's again product management in terms of how do you roll out such experiments. And in case of recommendations, it's easier. Even the repercussions are limited. But depending on your industry, check out how much of an exposure you have with respect to taking it out. But do not wait for another 5-10 years to take your, lean. So go lean on such things. And obviously, do not wait for a long time. So I'll stop there.
Amit kind of stole my thunder. Right? That's exactly what I wanted to say, but just I'll add a little bit. So I think don't join the bandwagon just because everybody else is doing. I think identify those top 1 or 2 problems in the organization that you would want to solve and see if AI can solve it. Then, technically and budgetary wise, bake that into your roadmap in the next, 24, 36 months, because AI is here to stay. Operating systems, cloud technologies are becoming cloud native. I think the next 1 or 2 versions of your operating system that you're going to use is going to be AI native, built in. So it's here to stay, but be very specific, be very clear on what you want to do.
Very nice. So I think people have covered most of the things, but the word data science actually is a very misleading word. I think it should be called decision science. And the idea is we want to start backward from decision instead of forward from data. If you look at any domain, let's say you go to a restaurant, the chef doesn't say, let me see what raw material I have, therefore I'll cook the dish that I can. It works backward and he says, let me see what the customer wants, and then I'll get the raw material I need to give what the customer wants. And the customer is a business, it wants a decision. And we work backward from decision is an important learning I have seen, instead of forward from data. A lot of data scientists say, oh, show me the data first, then I'll tell you what I can do with it. That's a wrong approach to data science. The second is we need to create a culture, a platform, a mindset across all teams for AI, right? AI is not optional, we have understood, but we have to create a culture of AI where data scientists know their role, domain experts know their role, data engineers know their role, and we need to come together as a pod team. Data science team cannot sit elsewhere and, product team elsewhere and subject matter experts elsewhere. We need to create a pod kind of a structure so that we lock them up in a room and say, this is the 5 decisions I want to improve. You all work together as a team from different perspectives to make that happen. So AI is not a separate thing anymore. It's part of the overall platform. We need not think of it IT versus AI. We need to think of an AI plus IT architecture of an organization in the new world. And I think that's when this digital transformation 2.0 will happen. IT alone, now IT plus AI, right? That's where we are going. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the message is very clear. As a business, we need to know what we want. AI can help with how it can be done. But if we do not know what we want, then AI will not help. A lot of times people think that, hey, I don't know what to do. I'll just ask AI something, right? When I took a machine learning course, the first lesson I learned was machine learning can solve a problem at scale if you can solve that problem yourself. in a prototype. So that's, I think, the message. Thanks for sticking to the time. We still have 8 minutes, and the 8 minutes is between us and the lunch. So we'll open up for a few questions, and then we'll wrap up the session. Yes. Anyone? Can she get a mic?
Hello, everyone. I'm Monica, digital marketer from Pi Data Centers. So I'm a very toddler in terms of experience or exposure. I would like to ask a question in terms of a threat. So you are saying that we are focusing on the output rather than the process, as Celeste said. I have a question that we are focusing on the output. We want the output. This is what the output we want, but we are not focusing on the process. Whereas what I want a question is, why are we focusing on the output rather than the process? Because our decision, whatever decision we have to take, so I say that it is making us to be in a box rather than getting out of box thoughts. So is this the shape of the future we want? How does this help us?
Yeah, sure.
And even the, one second, sir, even the bot you are saying, sir, like I have many confusions that may not understand by a bot. Then how does it help us?
Yes. So, there's a very famous dialogue in the movie Alice in Wonderland. Alice is lost and she asks the cat, which road should I take? And the cat says, where do you want to go? And Alice says, I don't know. And then the cat says, then take any road, it will take you there. Yeah. So unless we know what we want, what decisions we want, unless the chef knows what dish to cook, how will he define the process? Should I fry first? Should I cut first? Should I do this, right? So this is one approach, which is a tactical approach, which is saying, I will not innovate anything, but I'll innovate the process better for the set of decisions I already know I have to make. That is one part of AI. The second part of AI is, can I discover the decisions I have not thought about that I also need to make so that I can make even these other decisions look better, right? So that is the second part of AI. So there is a discovery process, right? And there is a execution process. So what you know you need to do, you need to improve the process. What you don't know you need to know, there is another process in AI, right? So we need to work on both aspects. Think inside the box where we know the box, think outside the box because there could be other boxes. Yeah.
That means you are saying that, for example, if I want to cook a dish, I have set of inputs like different things. If I think of the output, I'll go through the same process. But
Yes.
if I don't think of the output, I might do wonders, right? Then what is the, for example, data sets, Krishna sir was saying, we have to work on replications and different model types. But is that the past data? What is the use of that past data? Because we might change, our thinking might change, but keeping the past data, how it will help our future shape better? Or even thinking about the future, how will shape the beyond that future, we might think something other. It is pausing our thought process. Don't you think that?
It's an excellent discussion point.
We'll have it on
Over
Slack,
lunch,
sir.
I guess.
Yes, sir.
Right. So
Yes.
being respectful for others who want to ask a question. So if you can, this side. We will take 2 more questions, right? And then we can have the subsequent questions over lunch. Can someone give a? I see a lot of hands going up just before lunch, so that shows the interest on the topic. But we'll take 2 more questions.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rakesh Lakka. I am founder of VFix. We are incubated at T-Hub. So we are the repairing industry. We are a marketplace for IT hardware repair space. My question to you, all the panelists is, we have domain experts. We wanted to build an AI and ML tool to predict the repair industry. So how can we attract industry expert to join us and build something like that? Because we can get interns from college, but to attract mentors or advisors for our company, what can be a advice? How can we onboard them?
I mean, advisors, I'm sure you can, if you spend time or lunch, you can find someone in this room for sure. But I think your idea of implementing AI for predicting hardware failures itself, that sounds really good. I think you have a novel thought there. I think you should just monetize it by yourself. You said you have domain experts. I would say just cruise through, and I'm sure you'll find a solution, and you'll be able to, maybe it's a solution where every enterprise can implement it on their network, which is, checking the health of the equipment and that is connected to the entire network and coming up with analytics on a daily basis. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll give a personal example. I do advise. Okay, if you came with that story, what would I be looking? I'll tell you. Maybe I don't know if it is generic or not, right? So it gives, first is a problem. Is the problem big enough? Is the problem interesting enough? Is innovation for me? Okay. Second thing is the team. The team is dedicated. The team can deliver, can in the whole thing, right? So you got to have a story around it. It's not like I have this problem that I'm come and advise me. You got to. This you're selling a story.
Yeah.
I have one question.
Sorry, folks. Like we have the next session. KTR will be in, and we'll be starting sharp at 2 p.m. So we'll have to wrap up at this time, and we'll continue the discussion. I think we have lunch after this, so we'll continue the discussion after that. Sorry to close it without any further questions. Thank you. Thanks everyone for patiently listening to us. I hope it was helpful.
I would now request Mr. V. Ramakrishna, co-convener CII Telangana Digital Transformation IT and Startup Panel and co-founder and CEO Zorium Technologies Private Limited, to join us on the stage and present the memento to our moderator, and subsequently request Mr. Govindaraj to hand over the mementos to all the panelists. We would greatly appreciate your feedback and insights on the event. There is a QR code kept at your table. Kindly take a moment to participate in the survey. And we will now break for a networking lunch. Please enjoy the lunch and make the most of the networking opportunity available. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. for the subsequent sessions on the conclave.
టేబుల్ వచ్చిందా బాయ్స్ లంచ్ లో పెట్టాను टेबल और एक बड़ा टेबल बोला था यार मैं ऊपर चेक करो ना मुझसे मोटा टेबल है चेक करो और मैंने किधर से रखा आपके नाम पे और
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
వర్టికల్ గా ఉంటుంది. ఓకే థ్యాంక్ యూ.
सब कराएंगे सर एवरी एक दो तीन चार पाँच छः लगा है ना
ये बोला Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to welcome you to the highly anticipated inaugural session of the Cii Telangana IT Conclave 2023. To reiterate, the theme for this year is Innovation Unleashed, Shaping the Future of Digital Transformation. The ongoing sessions will help us explore how organizations can harness the power of innovation to drive meaningful change and shape the future of digital transformation. To commence this session, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. C. Shekhar Reddy, Chairman of CII Telangana and Chairman and MD of CSR States Limited, to deliver the welcome address. Please join me in giving him with a warm round of applause.
Dr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS Principal Secretary, Industries and Commerce and Information Technology Department, Government of Telangana. Mr. Sanjeev Deshpande, Convener, Cii Telangana Digital Transformation, IT and Startups Panel, and Managing Director and CEO, Entity Data Business Solutions. Mr. V. Ramakrishna, Co-Convener, Cii Telangana Digital Transformation, IT and Startups Panel, and Co-Founder and CEO, Jorium Technologies Private Limited. Mr. Sheikh Samiuddin, Director and Head, Cii Telangana, colleagues from the industry, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning, very good afternoon to you, all of you. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome all of you to the Cii Telangana IT Conclave, an event dedicated to exploring the theme of innovation unleashed, shaping the future of digital transformation. Today, we find ourselves at a pivotal point where numerous possibilities lie before us. The IT sector has emerged as a true powerhouse, driving economic growth, revolutionizing industries, and transforming societies on a global scale. It has become a catalyst for the change, opening new avenues of progress and prosperity. I am delighted to share that Telangana has been making remarkable strides in IT and ITS exports domain. In the financial year 2022 and 23, the IT-ITS exports from Telangana reached an impressive rupees 2,41,275 crores, exhibiting a remarkable growth rate of 31.44% compared to the previous year. Thank you, sir. It's all efforts. I think I have seen in my entire lifetime, the principal secretary who works 24/7, not only COVID I have seen, I appreciated many times Jayesh Ranjan Garu, the way he has worked and responded, but even non-COVID period also, the way his accessibility and responding back to the entrepreneurs, that is a unique quality I have not seen in many of the officials across the country, because I worked as the national president of CREDAI. I went to almost all the states and I worked with the government of India also. But he's the only person I've seen. I think he deserves the standing ovation from all of us. But thank you very much, sir, for your contribution to the state. The Telangana has outpaced the national IT exports growth average of 9.34, further solidifying its position as a thriving IT hub. Technology lies in the heart of everything we do. It empowers us to push the boundaries of what is possible, fostering innovation and enabling breakthroughs across all sectors. Today, we have the privilege to explore the latest technological advances that are reshaping our world. From cloud computing to the Internet of Things, from blockchain to the cybersecurity, we will delve into the transformative potential of these technologies and envision a future where our wildest dreams become reality. One of the essential aspects of our discussions revolves around employment generation. The IT sector not only drives economic growth, but also serves as a significant generator of employment opportunities. It has the potential to uplift communities, create skilled jobs, and foster inclusive growth. In the financial year 2020-23, the Telangana added an impressive 1,27,594 new jobs, bringing the total ITS employment to 9,05,000 715. This represents a remarkable year-on-year increase of 16.29 compared to the previous year, showcasing the sector's contribution to the employment generation. Telangana's innovative initiatives and strategic focus on various sectors have yielded impressive results, positioning the state as the leader in several key areas. These achievements have been recognized both nationally and internationally, reflecting Telangana's commitment to fostering entrepreneurship, innovation, and economic growth. The state's initiatives such as the T-Hub, B-Hub, TSIC, T-Works, and RICH have played a crucial role in nurturing the startup ecosystem and promoting the innovation. Telangana's efforts were acknowledged in the States of Startup Ranking 2021, released by the Department for the Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT, where the state was recognized as one of the top performers. Additionally, Telangana secured the second position in Indian Innovation Index 2021, highlighting strong innovation ecosystem. Telangana flagship initiative TSIPOS has been instrumental in attracting investments and generating employment opportunities. The state has successfully attracted 22,745 industries, resulting investment of 2,60,060 crores and creating an employment of around 17.54 lakhs people. This demonstrates the conducive business environment and investor-friendly policy in Telangana. Once again, thank you, sir, for all the efforts. I think it's our celebration, sir, industry and government celebration. In line with the growing electric vehicle sector, Telangana launched the Telangana Mobility Valley, India's first new mobility focused cluster in February 2023. TMV aims to attract investment of rupees 50,000 crores and generate more than 4 lakh jobs over the next 5 years. This initiative showcases Telangana's commitment to sustainable and innovative transportation solutions. These achievements across the various sectors reflect Telangana's dedication to creating a favorable business ecosystem, promoting innovation and generating employment opportunity for its people. The grand 20-day decennial celebration Telangana state by various departments and their respective achievements, be it IT, pharma, medical devices. In fact, last 2 days, I understand numerous investment announcements were made by various investors in the presence of Hon'ble Minister Shri Rama under the medical devices sector. Coming to today's conclave agenda, I would like to highlight only one point about artificial intelligence. An ever-evolving field has captured our imaginations and sparked countless possibilities. We stand witness to its immense potential in revolutionizing industries and transforming the way we live and work. Today, we will deliberate on the responsible integration of AI, discussing ethical consideration, job creation prospects, and the importance of equipping our workforce with the skill needed to thrive alongside intelligent missions. As we embark on this conclave, let us embrace the spirit of the collaboration, innovation, and inclusivity. Let us engage in thought-provoking discussion, forge meaningful partnership, and chart out a path toward the future where technology becomes a force for good, empowering us to overcome the challenges and create a better world. And not only all these sectors, even my sector, I come from the real estate. The ultimate beneficiary is the real estate. Thank you very much, sir. Because of the huge employment creation, the large formats of the integrated townships have come in Hyderabad. Even in the tall buildings, we are the second highest in the country. Mega IT parks have come, and even warehouses. If you see, we have never seen that large scale warehouses are coming in Hyderabad. So industry specific, the industrial parks, the state government is developing. Overall, real estate is picking up like anything, and we are doing very well last 10 years. And in fact, I can say the per capita wealth of this citizens of this state has gone up because of the creation of the small districts and infrastructure developed in the new districts, and also the proactive initiatives of the state government, Honorable Chief Minister Garu and KTR and other ministries. the land values which are suppressed by the many decades multiplied for the last 8-9 years, and the per capita wealth has gone up tremendously. There are few landmarks, land milestones I have seen. Once Jalayagam started, there was there was the improvement in the land prices and wealth has increased. When we started our the outer ring road, airport, and even in Hyderabad metro, sir, when we started metro, all the other sides which were land price or suppressed immediately started moving up. So these all the milestones in the history of the Telangana where the land prices, the corrections have taken place. So with this, thank you very much, sir. And I invite Sanjay Deshpande ji to deliver his address. Thank you.
Thank you, Shekhar Reddy Garu. The Honorable Principal Secretary, Industries and Commerce, Information Technology, Government of Telangana, Dr. Jayesh Ranjan ji. It's a pleasure to have you here. Shinam ji, CEO of Broadridge, and my colleagues from CII, Ramki and Sami. Shekhar Reddy Garu has given very good statistics as to how Telangana progressed, and the government is helping IT industry by giving different statistics. And actually the real story is far beyond what statistics actually talk about. It is much more profound. The impact that it had on our people's lives is immense in a positive way. When you look at the infrastructure, Shekhar Reddy Garu, you just talked about the real estate in Hyderabad, the tall buildings. But if you look at the roads that we have in the state and compare that with the roads in any small part of the state and compare that with the roads in any other state in the country, I think we can be really, really very, very proud of as to what we have accomplished as a state in the last few years. I must ask all of us to, thank our beloved Minister KTR Garu for his visionary leadership in developing Hyderabad to what it is today, and also Dr. Jayesh Ranjan ji for the fantastic service that he has done to the state. I'm not going to delve into statistics because Shekhar Reddy Garu did cover it, but let me kind of start with a quick overview of 2023 Gartner report that they presented. Obviously, this is IT conclave, so we will talk about IT a bit. Then we will also talk about the impact of IT on other sectors, social, societal, and probably even our everyday lives. Gartner talked about this year, in the beginning of the year, this is before GPT-4 or any other large language models was announced. The optimization need to happen in the IT technology in digital immune system, applied observability, AI trust, risk and security management. And then they said we need to scale up the industry cloud platforms, platform engineering, wireless value realization. Then I will just read three more. Pioneers should be super apps, adaptive AI, metaverse, and the last one was sustainability. If you look at the impact of AI, if you start from bottom, sustainability is where it will play a very, very, very crucial role. Just one small example. I was during the break, one startup entrepreneur from Hyderabad, he has created a virtual trial room. And he's talking about how this virtual trial room will actually help in the cause of sustainability. So if you are able to try your clothes beforehand, and if you're able to configure what you need beforehand at a scale, then the number of garments that the garment factory actually will produce will go down. You will only produce to the extent that you need. So it means the scrap that happens on a monthly basis, hundreds and hundreds of garments which kind of get gutted or buried, that will go down. That means it will actually directly, indirectly, significantly contribute to the cause of sustainability. So impact of AI from that aspect to in many, many different levels. It can also cause the affect the otherwise. In the previous panels, we had two fantastic panel sessions. I think most of you attended the panel sessions. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed. Just while remaining on the sustainability topic, while AI will help in many ways, it will potentially can also hurt the data mining that is required when you have big, large data farms, data lakes, huge data centers that probably will come up. That needs to be powered somewhere, someplace, somehow. And when the power, unless it comes from the renewable, then you are again adding to the carbon footprint. So it will kind of go backwards. So AI, while it helps sustainability. So one request that we have with our Honorable Secretary is, if we are able to create data centers in tier 2, I think that was one of the asks by our one of the guests in the previous panel, and also create a renewable energy parks in the state. There are startups in Hyderabad which are part of our CII membership. They are working in some of the states creating some renewable parks. I think maybe if you also create this large scale renewable parks, it takes time to develop those. Data centers in tier 2 also will take time to develop. But then if we start this exercise, one, it will create employment in the tier 2. Second, it will also provide robust infrastructure for the potential AI. In case if India also, when some of Hyderabad, why can't we develop large language models? Maybe not today. 5, 6, 10 years from now, we probably should be able to develop our own foundational models, which kind of work in a horizontal way. And for that to sustain and not to add to the carbon footprint, we can also consider a tier 2 as a good place, so that we can minimize the migration coming into Hyderabad. And by the way, Telangana government already has done a lot of good work in the tier 2 area. If you look at many IT parks are announced in different tier 2, tier 3 towns of the state, wherein a lot of application computing is kind of happening. In some cases, call centers, in some cases, medical coding, in some cases, medical billing, in some cases, service desks, some cases, maybe even a little bit advanced. But I think DC data centers can also add significant, I would say, employment in the tier 2 towns. Not to forget the renewable energy, that also will add employment significantly. And if you also resort to the bio-CNG, bioethanol, I think it will all be another employment area, but probably topic for another day. Now coming back to Hyderabad. Hyderabad from late 90s, early 90s has been a pivotal in India's IT journey. We have companies that support customers across the globe, of course, domestic India, in many different domains, in many different areas. We have companies that are data center companies, networking companies, cloud infrastructure. We have cybersecurity firms. We have hyperscalers. They have their own data centers here. We have software development companies. We have giants of technology that have their offices in Hyderabad, large scale services company. And we being one, NT Data also has almost 15,000-20,000 people in Hyderabad, catering to different industry sectors in many different ways. We have come a long way. Today, our employment in Hyderabad in IT is extremely, big, and we are also able to contribute to the GDP locally significantly in terms of not only the incomes, but also in terms of tax revenue to the state. We are kind of now getting to the point where we are now coming to the chasm. The disruption is happening in IT industry. Very rarely, an industry disrupted itself. Now, IT industry, because of the generative AI, we are almost to the point where now we need to every day think about what will happen tomorrow. The people, I think in the previous panel, the last speaker said, if you do not adopt AI, that becomes a threat. So adopt it. Of course, responsibly adopting is one. So AI, the way I look at for the Hyderabad, Telangana industry, IT industry in Telangana, first of all, we have to become users of it. If you do not know how to use the tools, our productivity gains will be very low compared to somebody who is using the generative AI tools. So as a IT industry, we will have to leverage the generative AI tools that are out there so that we are operating at a scale that is expected from us. But when you start improving the productivity, what does that mean actually? Wouldn't then people will be willing to pay a little bit less compared to what they are paying today for the same work, because most of the work is being done by a tool, not exactly a human being. Costs primarily, if you look at our rate cards in the IT industry, probably everybody can relate to. The biggest cost element for us is our labor force. When you improve the productivity of the labor force, wouldn't there be a rate pressure, which is already started to happen? If you look at the number of contracts signed for the large companies in last 2-3 quarters, that is reflective. A lot of insourcing is happening in some companies. But the deep partnership with the industries probably, and domain expertise will help in some cases. But in some cases, the insourcing started to happen. There will be rate pressure. So how do we cross this chasm? AI, while it is creating this small threat, it is actually creating tremendous opportunity also. And that opportunity is where we can handle it well. So with our workforce, I don't see that our productivity gain is going to be, a rate pressure is going to be a threat to us in terms of our revenues and the employment. But if we rightly adapt the AI technology, not just being the users, which is anyways needed, but if we start developing the AI solutions, now I'm not talking about developing our own large, foundational models today. If we use, for example, using the open source models, if you're able to build private GPTs, if you're able to, in a boundary data, if you're able to, build some good, nice AI models, data models, which some companies are doing, some companies probably are not. And using the large language models, if you're able to build, integrations, I think somebody, we did talk about integration. If you're able to integrate it well, and if you're able to take the value of the large, foundation models to our customers through proper API integrations, using those, embedding those in our applications, that's an immediate opportunity which currently is not being met anywhere. So if we have this, obviously every company has its own strategy, every company will work on different way, but at the same time, we as an IT industry in Telangana, if we are able to start executing some of these and reskilling our labor force, and also kind of set these expectations with the education sector too. This is what we expect. In 1-2 years, we will not need people with XYZ skills, but we also need XYZ and something else. I think that will then continue to help us, stay where we are and rather in fact make progress. That's one request that I have from the CI. We are more than happy to facilitate a representation to the government of Telangana as to what type of educational curriculum that potentially could be changed, or what type of education the task can provide to the people who are graduating, and what type of, for example, IIT Guwahati announced 3 days ago, anybody could do, BTech in AI ML through online, no tests. Anybody wants to do, they can do it. Obviously, when companies hire, they will base you on your ability to perform. But then how can we leverage such, because the level of workforce that will require is at that level. We'll need hundreds and thousands of people. Otherwise, the opportunity could be potentially lost. So it's a systematic thing. So we are going through this chasm. We have this lot of internal debates in our organization. So while we are going through the chasm, for 1 year, there will be turbulence. After that, we'll probably pick up significantly. But during the turbulence period, the upskilling and the reskilling and then the layoffs and the job additions will not happen exactly in a linear equation. So there's going to be some kind of a challenge. During that time, the collaboration that potentially should happen between the IT industries in the state could play a significant role in helping us. How do we cross leverage each other's workforce if required, and not to get into the situation where we find ourselves suddenly, we are sitting on a very, excessive workforce. And CII, I think, as a part of the IT startup panel, we are willing to take that initiative to see what companies are doing, what can we do to ensure that our employment continuity it's not going to affect majority of the people, because not everybody is going to be affected by AI. Potentially some departments, some units, but everybody has to adopt AI tools. But for example, people who are working in cloud, data center, networking, hardware, business consulting, they are not going to get affected that much, but the skills will change. For example, the people who are doing currently business analyst role, maybe they need to go up a little bit. The data scientists probably will become very, very rare skill, because a lot of demand for the data engineers and the data scientists. But today, if you look at our workforce availability, we have more programmers. We don't have enough data scientists. We want to hire a data scientist, and if somebody has a reference, give it to us. It's very difficult to find a qualified data scientist. So then we will, working with the industry, CII will intend to initiate some kind of initiative, at least education initiative, so that how can we scale up our organization in terms of skills availability in data science and data engineering and big data. So while a lot of seminars do happen, but we really want to make this a meaningful seminar. We want to actually continue this exercise, and as part of the CI, roll out some initiatives and involve the industry, so that we are able to every year or every 6 months come back and see, what did we do, what initiatives we started, and we work very closely with HICIA and TAI. So Manisha Sabu and the TAI leadership, we are working closely so that we are not try to replicate or duplicate anything that they're already doing, but we want to do what can we do working with the industry here, in addition to what TIE and HIC are doing. And we would like to continue to stay engaged with all of you so that the feedback can keep coming to us, and then appropriate feedback then can be passed on to our government so that they can also help us in our preserving Hyderabad as a not IT capital anymore. I think we should probably become AI capital for the country. And I hope we working together, coming together, probably this could happen. But again, we need to kind of stop thinking in an old fashion. I think we need to think, breathe, live AI. Real generative AI is still far away, but we need to start exploring those business cases in everything that we do. And then only it will happen. Otherwise, we will be slightly behind. With that, I really thank you, all of you. Please do stay for the last session wherein we will talk about some of the strengths of the AI and what is going on in the IT industry in overall in general and also in Telangana. So please do stay on for the last session. And so that, again, my request is let's make it more interactive so that we can also learn. Not that we have all the knowledge, nobody has all the knowledge here together, especially even Satyanadala says, we are trying to figure out. There's a lot of meaning to it when he says, we still do not know how this is exactly going to evolve over the next 5 years, 6-year period. So we are all, need to be in this together. With that, I will not take any further time. And again, thank you, Sanjanji, for being here. And also now I would like to hand off the mic to Shinamji for her special note. Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon, everybody. After such wise words, I don't know whether it makes sense to come in, but thank you very much for this opportunity. What I'm going to be doing today is really talking about customer centricity and the reason why the IT industry exists. The basis for all of us to exist is really our customers. But is it really our customers, or is the persona that we need to be thinking about the customer's customer, right? Because most of us in the IT industry are really B2B kind of software solution providers, so to say, right? And therefore, I think it's important for all of us to start thinking about what does my customer's customer need? And therefore, can we start to build platforms, products, and solutions around that need? Customer experiences, I don't think I'm going to be telling you anything new, but just bringing in some thoughts on what does customer service really mean? And in the industry, what are we talking about? How many of you saw smartphones? Any kind of smartphone, right? All of us, right? Smartphones change the way we use a phone. We have a camera in it. We have our health apps in it. It records the amount of steps we do. We make phone calls also, but we also make video calls. There's a lot that we can now do on our phone. We do our emails, we do our approvals, we do huge amount of things with that phone. So if somebody who's providing experience to the phone manufacturer, how does she or he think about the user experiences that you and I will need to have? Some of us use it to play games. Some of us use it to do an email. Some of us do both of it, right? How many times have you downloaded an app and deleted it in 5 minutes? I do it all the time, right? If I have to come and, the usage is bad enough, and bad enough means 4 clicks and I don't get to what I need to do, right? That experience is defined as not such a good experience. So the intuitiveness that you have to have for your customer's customer persona is really, really high. What do they need to do with the platform? And are you making it simple enough for it? In my previous organization, we were running an e-commerce website, And we figured that 2% of our customers would be converted, from in a website persona perspective to real customers. Like only 2% of the customers that visited our website would actually buy. Now, how does one increase that? The lever for that is really to use and leverage data. And how do you make that happen? All of us have heard of the ways in which we're changing the way we are writing software. When I started writing software 30 years back, a lot of monolithic software was written. Now we have gone into componentized software. We've gone into the fact that we want to start writing smaller components that can be reused, that can be called and actioned upon, right? So really converting our architecture into some kind of a self-service architecture that can help you get help on your own when you want it, without calling somebody, without having a contact agent, is the way forward, right? The millennials of today, the Gen Zs of the today, don't really want to call anybody. They want to solve their own problems. The DIY culture is really changing. And how does, therefore, your software architecture change the way that you enable self-service? And the last bit that I would want to talk about is really the customized and the personalized experiences that we get today when we use softwares around us. You go to a website, good, bad, ugly, you go to a website and look at something, you will see ads around that coming around. What is that? That's personalization, right? You may decide not to have it through a privacy perspective, but that is an example of personalization. So from a principal perspective, if you want to think about customer experience, I think the first thing that we have to think about is we have a lot of information around us, this humongous amount of data around us. I read somewhere that if we had to put data into series, okay, that exists today, the number of series would go from Earth all the way up to the sun and maybe beyond. Right. So that's the kind of information that we have today available with us. But how do we convert that into insights is something that is left to think about. Right. Shekharji talked about the fact that we don't have enough data science engineers. I don't think we even have the capability right now to think about and design and craft use cases that can leverage our data. So I think that is something that we have to start thinking about when we start to upskill ourselves and we start to see how we can change the way we are today. Customers no longer want 18-month cycles, right? When I started out, we used to deliver software in 18 months. In 2 jobs from here, like in my previous avatars, I had ICICI Bank as my customer, and the retail president of ICICI Bank used to tell me, Shinam, I want something delivered to my customer every day. I want one feature out every day. I want myself to be in the competitive landscape that much. Now, if that's the kind of speed to the market, how is your software development engine catering to that? Right? Are you able to effectively use DevOps and MLOps and whatever else that is needed to really increase your agility and your speed to the market? We come from a finance space. A fintech can never exist without governance, right? And I think that's applicable to anybody who's creating software today. Are you taking care of privacy? Are you taking care of all the regulations of the region that you're supplying to? So building governance, building the non-functional test standards into your software is really, really important. And Shekharji covered the last piece very well. How are you adding to sustainability goals of your end customer by doing things that is the right way, right? So how do you really build sustainability into your software development to ensure that people waste less resources around the globe? I'm going to just talk about a simple example of using GAI that we launched from a Broadridge perspective. We took we took maybe 2 developers and 1 product manager over the course of 1 month to develop what we call as Bond GPT. This is something that our LTX line of business uses. And this has helped us reach out to more customers and actually close deals that were long pending. A very, very simple example of how we've used the GAI protocols to convert the mass amount of data that is available in the universe, literally, around bonds to reach to the customers so that they can make decisions faster. I'm going to end my 2 cents around customer experience with this. Thank you, everybody.
Please put your hands together to welcome our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Jayesh Ranjan Ji, IAS, Principal Secretary, Industries and Commerce and Information Technology Department, Government of Telangana. Dr. Jayesh Ranjan Ji has been at the forefront of the development of IT ecosystem in Telangana and digital transformation of the state. So we all keenly look forward to hear his thoughts on IT and how it is shaping our future.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Shekhar Reddy Garu, Mr. Deshpande, Ms. Ori, Mr. Ramkrishna, Mr. Samiuddin, all the invitees, guests, greetings to all of you. First of all, apologies and regrets on behalf of the minister. Minister was very keen to participate. In the morning also he was discussing what should the focus of his address be. But unfortunately, at the last minute, he was called by Honorable Chief Minister to participate in some discussions. But all the same, he remains a well-wisher of the IT industry, of CII, and his support and encouragement will always be with us. I noticed that I have been given 10 minutes, no, 15 minutes, and Minister has been given 20 minutes. So altogether, I have 35 my time. I may not even need this much, but nevertheless, what I understood, I asked Mr. Deshpande, what is the composition of the audience? And he told me that 70% people are from the tech industry, 30% people are CII members who are not from tech. So I'll try to balance my speech. 70% of my talk will be targeted to the technology representatives here, 30% to the people who are from the non-tech world. But nevertheless, I'm very happy that CII is organizing this conclave on digital transformation. I participate in lots of events organized by NASSCOM, HICIA, which are, as we all know, the real tech associations. But to participate in an event organized by CII also shows how important digital transformation is becoming. In fact, the pace of digital transformation, particularly in the last 3-4 years, has gone beyond imagination. In fact, I keep speaking about it on other forums also, that in my opinion, this is Y2K again. In fact, many of you will recall that in late 90s, 96, 97, 98, 99, the world was confronted with this Y2K phenomena. There was a belief, particularly in the banking sector, since you are one of them, there's a belief that when the century changes, precisely at the midnight hour of 31st December, the systems will stop functioning, softwares will collapse, and the whole world will come to an end. And all of us will recall that nothing of that kind happened. But one of the key reasons why nothing of that kind happened, why this was prevented, was the response of the Indian companies. Most of the Indian companies, we know who they are. They took the responsibility. They went to the US, they went to Europe, elsewhere, and kind of gave that comfort that they have the wherewithal to find solutions, to create products which will take care of that Y2K problem. And it was done very admirably. And one amazing thing is that since then, the reputation of the Indian technology industry has grown leaps and bounds. And today, no global discussion is incomplete without bringing India into the loop. But when I say that this is Y2K again, there are a couple of very important differences. See, in the past, we used to see more and more digital work happening only in large companies. You would see many of our Indian companies used to take pride that I have 20 of the Fortune 100 companies as my clients, 40 of the Fortune 500 companies. So people only used to think of digital apparently in these Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies. But today, literally everyone is concerned about getting onto the digital bandwagon, how to improve the organizational processes, how to improve their customer outreach by using technology. In fact, just about a month ago, Minister and I, we were in the US. I was in China about a week ago. Everyone, I mean, it's not confined only to large companies, mid-scale companies, small companies, that this message is very, very clear that unless you introduce digital, you will just be left behind. You may eventually perish also. China itself, of course, the level of technology is completely at a different scale there. But even there, we found that there is an openness to discuss technology about with India, with Indian companies, and so on and so forth. So this is one difference between Y2K times and today's times, that everyone is keen to get onto digital. The other important thing is that technology providers have been democratized quite a lot. In the olden days, during the Y2K days, we all know that it is the large services companies who took that responsibility, and we know who they are. And of course, we feel very happy that they enhance the reputation of India. They have grown to become global IT majors, companies like TCS and Infosys and Wipro and HCL and Tech Mahindra and all of them. But today, the level of democratization is amazing. In fact, it's a nice coincidence that I'm speaking to you now. And before me, we heard Ms. Ori speak about how do you manage customers' expectations. This is something which happened just today. This morning, I attended the second anniversary of a company. And this company was a startup at T-Hub. Today, it has 35 employees. Of course, I don't differentiate between a company which has 35,000 employees or 350,000 employees and someone which has 35 employees. Wherever I'm called, I feel very happy to go. But when I went there, I did not go with much of expectations because it is a T-Hub startup. It has completed 2 years. It has crossed what is called the valley of death. I just went there to show my moral support, government's encouragement for startups and all that. As I said, I did not go there with any expectation. I was hoping that I'll go there. There's a speech which I would have delivered hundreds of times. I knew that I have to just, in 5 minutes, deliver that same speech, say thanks to them. They'll give some memento, take that memento and go away. But after I went there, I spent more than an hour and a half. I found something very amazing about them. They're just 35-member team. When they started in T-Hub, there were just 2 of them. But and the company is also not that known. I mean, some companies within a year or 2 years also become very phenomenal. No one knows about them. I don't want to tell their name, others they'll get embarrassed. But it's a company whose name will not strike any recollection automatically. But what I found was that they have become Gainsight partner, and it struck me because you spoke about customer expectations and all. Gainsight, as you know, focuses on customer success. And while I was there, they asked the Gainsight CEO also to come online and give his message. So Mr. Nick Mehta, who is the CEO of Gainsight, he is somewhere in the US, he delivered his message and he appreciated the contribution which this company is making. Just 2 years old. And he recalled, he kind of spoke about some numbers, how many hours of work was handled by this company and what kind of customers they served. So this is the level of democratization in the technology world today. You don't have to look only up to a TCS or to a Wipro or to a Tech Mahindra to gain your services. Small companies, niche companies, mid-scale companies, new companies, if they have the agility, if they understand. And then I started chatting with the founders and tried to understand what is the business model they follow. I learned something very interesting. What they told was that, see, customer requirements are manifold, and they tried to they did some deep dive and try to understand which are the areas where not much of technology offerings are available. And they decided to focus on some of them. And they serviced a few smaller customers. Their reputation grew. The smaller, some bigger ones. And now Gainsights, I mean, they have become so important that the Gainsight CEO chose to come and address their second anniversary event. So amazing things are happening, and we should all seize this opportunity. As I said, this is the next Y2K movement. We should look at what kind of new opportunities are coming up, really take that leadership position. The opportunities for companies to do so is much more in Hyderabad than anywhere else in our country. The overall tech ecosystem here has matured amazingly well. The other great thing about Hyderabad is that the industry also works together very harmoniously. There are, of course, institutions like the CII, HICIA, NASCOM, etc. But we also have sectoral industry groups, the BFSI sector, which is pretty large in this city, and you represent them here. The BFSI industry has its own consortium. There are similar networks and consortiums of people who are into digital entertainment technologies, people who are into other verticals of technology. All of them have their own networks and groups, and there is lots of respect for working collaboratively, taking responsibility to ensure that, unlike in other cities where there is too much of poaching, people have no compunction at all in kind of offering slightly higher salary, poaching an employee. These things typically don't happen in Hyderabad, which also enhances its reputation as a city where turnover is very less, employees are more disciplined, employees are more dedicated. Even the phenomena of coming back to office is much better in our city as compared to other cities. So we feel very happy at the way the entire technology industry in Hyderabad has shaped up. There are non-tech members also in this audience, and what I would like to advise them is that please also understand that technology today is becoming the real force multiplier. It is becoming the real game changer. As I mentioned to you, technology solutions are today available in a very affordable manner, in a very customer-centric manner. The large companies also have changed quite a lot, but these are the days which are being led by niche companies, mid-scale companies, even young startups. Many of you would be aware that CII itself has started its Center of Entrepreneurship and Innovation and Startups in Hyderabad. They are also available, as is other incubators like T-Hub and others, to scout for startups, to scout for solutions if you require something. Large corporates are already doing it by themselves, but for mid-scale corporates, for small-sized corporates, there are ready-made solutions, ready-made institutions where without much effort, whatever is your requirement, that requirement can be met in a very time-bound and easy manner. So again, a facility which exists only in Hyderabad and in no other city. So I feel that we should really make best use of these kind of institutions and these kind of facilities. The kind of talent which powers these institutions and facilities, again, is something world-class. And we should as I said, capitalize on it and ensure that in this race to digital transformation, we don't get left behind at all. I would also like to share with you that digital transformation is something which is also getting a huge amount of buy-in within the government also. There are today multiple government departments which have digitized like never before. In fact, I can share some examples with you. There are some departments, some government agencies where the level of automation, level of digitalization is almost 100%. One example is the transport department. I mean, each and every activity, each and every service of this department is available digitally. All the back-end processes now are done digitally. Another example is endowments department. Every activity of theirs is handled digitally. Commercial taxes department is a third example. Pollution control board, another example. Our own TS IPAS in my own industries department. Many of you may have heard about TS IPAS and the kind of recognition it has got today as the best industrial policy. Because of this single piece of I mean, of course, the innovation is enormous. The TSI pass concepts themselves are very, very far reaching and way ahead of what governments in India typically have attempted. But the technology support that we have provided to TSI pass, and we have really made it easy to employ and deploy, is something that has helped us gain close to $50 billion of investments in the last 9 years. Very recently, since Shekhar Reddy Garu is here, for his sector, the construction sector, TSB pass has been introduced, which also is a huge technology breakthrough through which any person who requires a building permission or a layout approval, or architects or firms, they don't need to meet anyone. They don't need to run around offices. Just using this application, you get all these approvals and permissions delivered in a time-bound manner right into your inbox. So the government itself has changed enormously. Gone are the days when people used to think about interactions with government as one of the biggest tortures ever imaginable. But as I said, lots of reforms have happened. My department, the IT department that I also represent, has played a very significant role. We don't speak much about it. When we talk about IT industry, it is only the investments, the big announcements, the big companies, the million jobs that are getting created, which are spoken about. But this, I personally take lots of pride in this, because this is the real service that we have delivered to multiple departments. We have found out what are the processes that are inefficient, what are the citizen outreach activities that are not really citizen friendly, and how to bring technology into it. And of course, most of the technologies that we use are sourced from technology providers like you. Many of the startups in Hyderabad have given their technologies to us. Large companies have given their technologies to us, and that is how it goes on. But as I said, there is no end to it. Digital transformation has happened in an amazing pace over the last few years. Some of these initiatives that we have taken earlier, we are now relooking at them. For example, you will be aware that the G2C platform in Telangana, it's a age-old platform which is called Me Seva. We deliver 600 plus services using Me Seva, but so much of new developments are happening, so much of new advancement of technologies are happening, that we are now building on what is called Me Seva 2.0, to ensure that the same citizen who uses multiple Me Seva services, he doesn't need to log in again and again. He doesn't need to upload his documents again and again. What is called a single sign-in, a single source of truth, a single profiling of that citizen, and using levels of artificial intelligence, etc., to anticipate what he requires, deliver it to him, to be proactive in this kind of thing, to have AI-based chatbots to keep him updated on new services that are coming up. So we also, like you mentioned about customer centricity, ensuring that customer experiences are magnified because of technology. Our orientation also in the government is working on the same lines. And we feel that it is very important, because it is very easy to deliver lectures. It is very easy to preach saying that digital transformation is happening and all of you must be a part of it. But we must also look inwards. Are we ourselves embracing digital transformation or not? So this is one very stark difference between Telangana and many other states, that whatever we preach, whatever we tell others to do, we are the first ones to try it out ourselves. And that gives us a very strong moral standing to discuss our own experiences and tell people how we benefit and how everyone else should benefit. So I really urge upon CII members to ensure that, I know that countrywide CII has 9,000 plus members. Sami, what is the membership here in Telangana? 300 plus. There are 300 members. Please run this as a drive, as a campaign. Encourage each member to find out whatever they do, how much of it is already automated, how much of it is already digitized. And at some stage, maybe within 6 months, 9 months, 1 year, whatever, we must ensure that they jump at least 4 or 5 levels as compared to where they are. So we will be happy if you want our help to find solution providers, to find technology providers, bring them to the doorstep of your members. We'll be happy to provide that matchmaking facility. But the real action on the ground will be this only. I mean, we can have conclaves and conclaves and conclaves, but the real action will be to ensure that all your 300 plus members make use of what is happening all around the world and retain competitive, come up with good products, good services, keep their customers happy, bring good reputation and recognition to Telangana, to Hyderabad, and to your organization. Once again, good wishes to all of you. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, sir, for this insightful address. Finally, to conclude the inaugural session, we will hear from. Sure. So we are opening this platform. If you guys have any questions to ask, sir, you can please shoot your questions.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, all the honorable members. I am Professor M.K. Bhandari, Professor of Law and Founder Director of Global Academy of Law Tech Education and Research. Sir, my submission is that when it comes to technology, undoubtedly Telangana is on the forefront. And as has been explained here, that in any area of the technology, whether it is AI or blockchain or any other technology, definitely Telangana is on the forefront. As we all know, that any issue in the human life ultimately becomes a legal issue. So all these technologies, as of now, we don't have sufficient laws. We have only one law, that is IT Act 2000. Now the government of India is piloting a law, Digital India Act. The proposed bill is being discussed by cabinet. So my submission is that because these technologies have multiple legal and ethical issues, such as cyber security, data protection, data privacy, data localization, and intellectual property rights. So I would request and urge upon Honorable Secretary and Honorable Minister to kindly have some kind of interaction, ongoing interaction between the technology experts and legal experts, wherein we can find out the solutions, because ultimately when we are using technology, some legal issues may crop in today or tomorrow. So we as a GALTER, Global Academy of Law Tech Education, would like to offer our services. We are close to 95 members across the world. And one of our members, Mr. Sindhu Bhaskar, is here.
Sir is saying CA will organize a roundtable.
Thank you very much.
We'll definitely call the sir also.
Thank you very much.
Finally, to conclude the inaugural session, we will hear from Mr. V. Ramakrishna, co-convener of Cii Telangana Digital Transformation, IT and Startups Panel, and co-founder and CEO of Zorium Technologies Private Limited.
Yeah. So good afternoon, JS sir and other people on the stage and the audience. So we heard much deliberation and much points towards innovation unleashed as a topic shaping the future of digital transformation, wherein we got good pointers from the speaker. And what Sheena madam has told, the intuitiveness in customer journey, where it is conventionally taking 18 months and we can deliver every day a value addition to the customer. That is a real takeaway from Sheena madam. And what Jayesh Ranjan sir has emphasized about the Y2K bug, how the Indian companies have solved the challenge. Similarly, the inputs what he has given for his Chinese visit, the digital transformation journey, the adoption by small, medium enterprises. That is the opportunity wherein we as Indian entrepreneurs from the tech stack would emphasize and focused upon, and a good inspiration journey which he has shared on the second anniversary of the startup, the AI startup. I think there are many startups working in a similar manner, which keeps our Telangana state flag high vis-a-vis Indian country flag high. And the digitalization products, the huge scope with the governments, because right now the governments are procuring the digitalized products, and we as entrepreneurs, tech entrepreneurs, should be focused on that. Even the government of India, I think we requested many startup and MSMEs to empanel on the GEM portal and offer their products and services through the government agencies. That is one platform which should not be neglected. And coming to the Telangana government initiatives, that the matchmaking platform, what JS sir was telling, that should be utilized by all the organizations. And few pointers from my colleague, Mr. Sanjeev sir, that he also mentioned about AI startup, one of the journey. And Telangana government is also working with AI mission, AIM, TAIM. So there are other organizations like T-Hub, which are playing a catalyst role. And from the CII, we have CII Center of Innovation for Startups for Entrepreneurship. Even that is also playing a catalyst role. So I urge all the startups and other communities to avail our catalyst provider roles. And I'm sure that the impact of the IT towers in tier 2 cities, whatever Shri KTR's vision, which will create much employment even in tier 2 cities. This would also bring down the cost for big enterprises if they set up their shop at tier 2 cities, because the cost of employment would be at a very lesser when compared to the cost of employment at a big cities. Even I urge all the entrepreneurs to take advantage of this particular initiation. I think many organizations have started reaping the benefits of this tier 2 IT towers. And no doubt, what Sanjeev sir told, that Hyderabad would be soon known as AI capital. I am confident on that. And taking the remarks and pointers from Shekhar Reddy Garu, what he mentioned that we are second position in innovation, Indian innovation ecosystem. And also we are in second position in tall buildings, Hyderabad city as fact. And I'm sure that the kind of focus, the kind of dynamism which our KTR sir brings, we'll be sure that in the coming months or years, we would be #1 in this both Indian innovation system and even in tall buildings. I don't have any doubt about it. So these are the few outcomes of the shaping the future of digital transformation. Very good. And I request each and everyone to stay back to another 2 sessions which we have. This morning we have 2 sessions, very good lineup of speakers and very good points they have mentioned. Thank you and all the best.
I would now request Mr. C. Shekhar Reddy Garu to present a memento to our esteemed speakers.
You have one more? Finishing.
Thank
Yeah. So we'll take one group picture, please. We have a total strength of panel members. IT panel also. IT panel. IT panel members, please come first. Next picture with our IT panel, please come fast. CI IT panel. I'm very active. The last night also I this the CMPC was. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our journey through this conclave, we now move on to the third session of the day, which promises to be an enlightening exploration of the transformative power of fintech and the pivotal role played by NPCI in revolutionizing the payment ecosystem. We can go ahead and get a 10-minute break for tea or coffee, and we'll. Okay, I'm so sorry for the confusion. We are going to continue with the third session now, guys. So I request you all to please be seated. I request everyone to be seated for the third session, please.
Everything that you okay. That's good. Straight through processing. Yeah. That's another P2P. Yes. That's photo to presentation. Not connected to the
Welcome back, everyone. As we continue our journey through this conclave, we now move on to the third session of the day, which promises to be an enlightening exploration of the transformative power of the fintech and the pivotal role played by NPCI in revolutionizing the payment ecosystem. During this session, we will delve into the evolving world of digital payments, where fintech has emerged as a transformative force, reshaping the way we transact and interact with the financial systems. Guiding us through this captivating discussion is our esteemed moderator, Mr. V. Ramakrishna. At the end of this discussion, we will have a dedicated Q&A session where you can actively engage with our speakers and seek further clarifications on the topics discussed.
Yeah, good evening, all. This is my profile. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Azorium Technologies Private Limited. We build enterprise software solutions and also we build products. So this is in brief about me, which you see on the screen. I'm in this field for the past 2 decades. So introducing my panel members, we have the next person. So Mr. Rahul Jain, who is a CFO of Entity Data Payment System. You can see the brief about his profile. And the next person I introduce is Mr. Prasanna Lohar, my good friend. And he is a president for Indian Blockchain Forum, as well as he heads a company in capacity of CEO, Blockstack. And earlier he was a banker. We will be hearing more from him. And other gentlemen in the stage was Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar, who is a chairman and CEO of EST Group. He's a global entrepreneur based in US. For this meeting, he's there all the way from US. We'll be hearing his insights during our panel discussion. Yeah, next. This particular panel belongs to NPCI. We will be hearing from the horse mouth from Mr. Vishal Anand, who is a Senior Vice President, Products and Innovation. Basically, he's a CTO who heads the innovation from Hyderabad own NPCI campus. So initially, I would like to start the session with the presentation from the NPCI, Mr. Vishal. He would be showing his insights of what NPCI is building and what is the way forward. So over to you, Vishal. You can go ahead with your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Cii. It's a privilege, and I was told I'm the second company which is allowed to make a presentation. Sorry, I just have to get used to this. Sorry, I think we are just. Yep, it's working. Thank you. Let me start with a brief about NPCI. I think a lot of people have a lot of confusion around what is NPCI. It's a government entity, RBI, bank. NPCI was set up in about 2008 as a not-for-profit entity. primarily to drive payments in the company. And we are not a government company. We are a corporate owned by the banks. And the critical thing is that this is a not-for-profit entity. It's a corporate whose mission is not to just go after profits. We are quite profitable, but our mission is to build the infrastructure, digital payment infrastructure in the country, and do it with a objective to maximize, the reach to every citizen in the country. And that's where the vision is very, very critical for us to be the best payment systems in the country, and the mission, which is to reach every Indian in the country with one of our payment systems. So if you look at the NPCI payment systems, we have products that are catering to the elite as well as to the bottom of the pyramid. To the poorest of the poor, also we have products that are serving. And that's a critical mission that we have taken, because, we want to enable the payment infrastructure to everyone in the country. And that we do without, a purely profit motive. We do, try to be profitable, but, there are scenarios where you cannot be profitable or look at only as a profit as a motive, and do investments which are actually in a very long-term nature and which are very good for the ecosystem. So that's a critical input that I wanted to talk about, because whatever we have achieved today on payments is been with this single motive factor. I'm not sure if we are profitable or a profitable entity with profit in focus with corporate board, we may not have been able to achieve what has been achieved. Obviously, this has been with the ecosystem support, but that's very important aspect that we wanted to bring up. As I said, it's a not-for-profit. Today, we have about 66 banks who have a shareholding in NPCI, both private, public, foreign banks, small finance. So it's a good representation that we have across the ecosystems, so that everyone interest is taken care. And this company was set up under the guidance of RBI, and IBA actually did the formalization of setting up the company. We got the initial capital with about 10 banks, who invested initially with no profit, no returns motive. I think the investment was just for the good of the country and as a public good. Sorry. What are we driving? I think one of the critical aspects that we have seen as part of the payment revolution has been how the regulator has been at the forefront of the payment experience and the innovations that we have been driving. So if you look at the regulator has been very, very forthright, and the vision paper of RBI talks about a lot of new innovations that we are planning to do it, and enabling. More importantly, we talk about the digital payment infrastructure, enabling the ecosystem and investment in the infrastructure. And one of the critical piece, which is very important, is the experience of the end customer in the overall payment journey that we are doing. So and the top of it is the risk focused approach. So it's a very balanced approach that the regulator has been driving, where is empowering us to go ahead with the payment experience, but also managing the risk that we have. I talked about the payments products that we have. So it's a bottom-up approach that we have taken. So we have on the bottom layer where we have about 230 million people. We have payment products which are the RuPay, Aadhaar-enabled payment systems, the National Financial Switch, and Aadhaar Payment Bridge. On the middle layer, we have about 500 million people who are using most of our products like the RuPay, again the Aadhaar-enabled NACH, which is a mandate systems, the check truncation systems, and BBPS. And on the top layer, we have a version of these products like RuPay. RuPay also, we have the product, we have credit cards, and FASTag that's there, and then the QR code that is there. So it's basically with our products, we aim to touch every Indian and meet the needs at a very, very cost-effective way to the consumer, which is also the regulator who has been working on ensuring that there are no charges to the customer as well. Also, if you look at the overall business types, we can see most of the payment products have been factored in. So we have the consumer to business, business to business, the P2P remittances that has been taken care, and the B2C, and the government services and government to person as well. So if you look at the entire spectrum that we have on the business types has been taken care with one of our products. I think it's a fairly scalable solution that we have reached across all these products. Just a brief milestone. So we started with the financial switch in 2010 and with the IMPS. IMPS is the immediate payment system, which is the first real-time payment system that we have built in 2010. And 2011, we launched the check truncation system and the RuPay. And then in 12, we launched the mandate system. 13 was a critical system, a critical year where we launched the Aadhaar payment systems, Aadhaar payment bridge, where the subsidies were given to the end consumers. But as you can see, 2016 is a year where I think there has been a huge revolution with UPI coming in. 16 we launched the UPI, Beam, NFS, the RuPay and the FASTag systems. And over the years, we have been doing a lot of enhancements over the products. While this has been the journey, I would like to call out that 16 has been a watershed moment for us, not just because we launched UPI, but also from the fact that we really went from a technology perspective completely open source. And one of the critical reasons why UPI has been successful as compared to, let's say, our other products is that we have completely leveraged the commodity servers and from a technology perspective, taken a huge bet on open source, as well as started with a very open architecture. UPI is completely based on the API, and anyone, it's a first four-party model that we have in the world, which is scaling up so much. So from a technology perspective, it's a lot of scalable solutions that we have done today. Like last month, we touched about 9.5 billion transactions. And so that's a daily transactions of about 350 million that we are touching. This has been possible only because we have built in-house capability to process these transactions, as well as we have obviously, with the growth that we had from 16, we have also been reducing the cost significantly to the banks. So our payment transactions has come down drastically, and that has been only because our technology has been so scalable, and it's not dependent on any licensed product or a third party. And we have been able to build our capability to achieve these scales. A significant cost reduction has been done to the banks in this overall journey. I think we are really suited. All the products are really suited for the digital adoptions, and that's been the first thought process that we are working on. So any product that we have actually is now coming on the APIs, and we are trying to work with the fintech ecosystems to adopt the products very, very easily along with the banks. So just a brief about our international plans. So we have formed a NPCI subsidiary, NPCI International Payment Limited, in 2020, where we want to work or provide the competency that we have achieved in terms of our products to the world. We have made a very, I think we have been talking to most of the central banks across the world, but we have some fairly good success at this point. So we are launched in Bhutan and Nepal. We have worked with Singapore, and we are working with UAE in the cross-border, as well as giving our solutions, our expertise to these countries where we can work with them. So that's a brief about what I wanted to cover at this point. Just want to call out 2 or 3 key points. I think first is that we started with a mission to do public good and create value for the country. I think that's a important objective that someone has to work upon. The second one is actually obviously the technology is a huge strength. I think with the open source and the competency that we have built, I think we were in destiny. Our destiny was on our control, and we are able to scale. So, and obviously in the process, reduce the cost to the ecosystem, which has been only possible because we have been working on scaling the systems and working on a very low cost model for us. So that's what I wanted to cover at this point. And obviously this whole success has been possible because we made some very good design decisions and allowed the fintech ecosystem to work with us and not really worry about what they will be doing, but give a framework that they can easily adopt. So that's been the key success factor for us. So it's quite easy to work or integrate with the UPI system or with any of our products. So I think that's a mind where we have more looked at it as a platform approach, not as a product or a system approach directly to us. So I think these are the three key callouts I would say that we have done. There's been a lot of other contributing factors, the digitizations, the mobile, the 5G, 4G that happened as we grew. People talk about demonetization, COVID. I think all of them have been significant contributors, but I think we were there to capture the right opportunity at the right time. And I think the ecosystem and the opportunity that was in front of us helped us. So I think that's what I would like to end this session at this point. I'll be part of the panel and let's see, would like to interact with further questions on this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Vishal, for the good insights of what. So now my question to Mr. Rahul Jain. I think we have seen the NPCI growth and success story and building the ecosystem. So I would like to know from you, pertaining to Japan QR codes, the use cases, how you are leveraging on the NPCI setup.
Thank you, Ram. I think the presentation which Vishal he made very humbly. We all know that what contribution NPCI has done it to the Indian market. UPI is a story every one of us knows. There are a lot of other products which a lot of fintechs are using it. A lot of thousands of fintech currently are surviving only because NPCI has played a very, very crucial role for the country. You'd have heard the Prime Minister's speech when he was in US. He mentioned that 46% of the India's digital transactions, global digital transactions are happening in India. I may have on doubt that 40% would happen, 80% of that would happen through NPCI platform. So that's the kind of a role which NPCI has played. Our experience, like Vishal mentioned about how does the NPCI International is going to play that role. It's just a 3-year-old organization. They're making a lot of buzz in terms of how they can take the Indian UPI ecosystem to outside country. So one of the experience which we are currently had it is, we being a Japanese company wanted to look at that how the QR system is working in Japan. So one of the aspects which you see it is most of the other countries which we feel they are a most advanced country. For every Indian, they look up to Japan for a technology, cutting edge technologies, very, very qualitative product deliverables. But when it comes to the UPI, they are, or for a QR payments, they are still a very, very emerging market. But India has evolved to a very, very next level market where that's how you see that when Vishal spoke that NPCI formed a company called NPCI International in 2020, and they still have presence in 4 or 5 countries. And if you ask them, maybe they would be in discussion with 20 or 30 other countries which wants to use India's UPI stack for their countries. So when you look at India versus Japan from a QR payment perspective, one, in Japan, the QR payment works very differently the way every one of us are using it in India. There, you don't go to the merchant place, scan the QR and make a payment. It's the other way around. The merchant asks you to show the QR and then they scan it. So that's in one aspect, which is a very, very big difference for us to use it. In India, we have built many offerings along with the UPI ecosystem. Like currently the UPI on credit card has come in. We are talking about loans on UPI. We have India being such a large country, we want to cover up every individual who is even on a feature phone to come on an UPI. So we have UPI 123, which has been launched by NPCI. So those offering plays a very, very key role for everyone to come on the ecosystem of an UPI in India. But in other countries is mainly, since they are a very evolved country where card population is very high, payment infrastructure is already in place, they don't have to find out a QR-based methodology as the core method to go for the payments. But their QR is only in one additional payment option. So that's a very, very big difference for them to know. But another aspect is in India, the wallets are also very popular. In many of the countries, the wallets are not very popular. So that's also plays a crucial role in terms of, for us, a very recent thing which is launched by NPCI is very small payments. You can do a UPI Lite. So nobody thinks in the global world that for a smaller ticket payments, you have to think it differently. For a large ticket payments differently. Emerging countries have to think through a lot of things. But advanced countries, they will look at only one side of the payment. Whereas in India, you look at very, very differently for the smaller people, non-bank population, everything you have to think through. So I think that way, the adoption of the QR payments is still evolving in Japan. And one key aspect for India is when you go to a merchant place, you have any QR, you're using PhonePe, Paytm, or any of the QR, Beam QR, you can scan it. But in many of the countries, you go and find many QR being pasted there. So the BQR has played a very key role where you have a one common QR which can be scanned by anyone. So that is not there in many of the countries, and people are looking at how the UPI stack has been built up, where the QR can be interoperable amongst the operators.
Yeah, very good insights, Rahul. In fact, it's news to us how Japanese are using the QR codes. And my next question is to Mr. Prasanna. And I know, Prasanna, you are a banker earlier. Now you turned to an entrepreneur, a digital entrepreneur in Fintech. So I would like to know from you the conventional digital banking vis-a-vis neobanks, the transformation journey, insights on that. Earlier you were a banker. Now I would like to know the transformation process. Banking, old traditional banking versus new age neo banking, the transformational journey.
I think a wonderful question, but whole credit to NPCI and Vishal, the way he has narrated the whole story since rise of NPCI since 2008 and actual operation from 2010. I think many more products has come. I think when you look at a traditional banking, the way we have seen, usually my parent or my father used to send me to go to the nearest State Bank of India and take out the money. That was a story back in late 2000 or when we were kids, right? And I think that the whole paradigm has changed. Like the traditional banking, which used to operate in brick and mortar model, while it is still operating, and slowly we have seen with the rise of network and communications with 1G, 2G, or 3G, we have taken advantage of those communications and we have started building internet banking or mobile banking. And whenever any new banking came in a regulated manner, RBI always come up with some guidelines. Right, so your traditional banking slowly moved on to the online banking backed by internet banking, mobile banking, or a little bit of API banking these days we talk about. And while we want to cover up more of your banking through form of some financial inclusion to the mass customers worldwide, and still we have a lot of gaps. Right, so we bankers or a regulator always looks at what is a vision for next 5 years or what is a vision for next 10 years. I think 2013 RBI come up with one of those vision statement where they spoke about many things about API banking, fintechs, as well as UPI. And that's how they made it happen before time, by 2016, 17, and so on. While this was happening, the small players, so-called fintechs, who come and really change one of those experience of onboarding of a customer, or providing a better CASA, like current account, savings account immediately, or providing a lending, or within lending, there are varieties of lending, SME lending, or you talk about personal and many more, farmer lending, right? So I think all these fintechs or varieties of fintechs comes and ask for those APIs from those banks and provide that experience. So your banking has moved slowly from online banking to slowly towards marketplace banking. While we have seen Paisa Bazaar, Bank Bazaar, or even insurance, or many more business model come, and we slowly started going away from that brick and mortar model. While your communication also now becoming more stronger from 3G to 4G. So today, when you talk about banks, they have understood the collaboration is the power, where they have to closely work with a tech service provider as well as a fintech or tech fin. There could be Google's with the Google Pay, or we are talking about many more other use cases which is coming from Phone Pay and so on. There are varieties of fintechs, at least in Indian per se, we could be among number 2 or number 3 as far as the quality of fintechs. I'm not saying quantity, but again, quality of fintechs, where all of these business models are available. So neobanks or a challenger bank, they provide almost all kind of services typically a bank provides. But again, that depends upon the particular bank's API infrastructure. So from 2016 onwards, every bank has understood there has to be a mechanism or a framework which will help to provide these banking services in efficient, secure, regulated manner. And they have started opening these APIs, so-called on API gateways. So I think to building the stack, building people across to manage the stack, adoption of tech companies who will build the stack, and running some cohorts or acceleration program to bring on fintechs for some kind of a use case has given a lot of boost since last 6 to 8 years. And that is why we could see many more companies starting from 2-member, 3-member team have become unicorns, right? There are many more other examples. So neobanking in India specific, there is no regulation as of now, wherein they call themselves as a challenger bank or neobank, but in a regulatory angle, they are just another fintech who will provide many more other services, starting with onboarding services like payments or bill payments, as well as some engagement model based upon data utilization, AI. So every bank, every fintech is adopting that kind of a curve. But some of the other countries like Hong Kong or Singapore or European Union, they have a model, right, which is a regulated model around neobanks. So or so-called challenger bank. They have licenses also, which predominantly hybrid model. Either they work closely with the parent banks, or they have their own license to operate as a bank, right? So in Indian context, since 2017, where peer-to-peer lending was happening, or these days we were talking about some digital lending, wherein because of some regulated guidelines, which is a long-term sustainable, very good guideline by RBI, we have seen how this P2P has become NBFCs, or how we have seen some disturbance on a digital lending or buy now, pay later. But eventually now it is quite crystal clear for everybody, how do we safeguard the customer interest, or how do we provide a better customer lending to SMEs as well as your retail customers. So I think it's a huge momentum. What we have seen across all levels, this momentum is going in the sense you talk about the biggest startup of India, so-called government of India, right? So look at their vision statement. How do we support fintechs or startups? As you rightly said, our honorable Prime Minister has spoken high about fintech industry and NPCI globally. So good push from government since Digital India movement from 2016 or post demonetization, rise of banks with their technology stacks and with the right people in the bank, right? Some roles were not existing, so-called chief digital officer or chief innovation officer. These roles are coming up, or new initiatives from a business end or tech end. Second aspect, like a lot of cohorts are happening, accelerator programs are happening. Even RBI is running has run almost 5 to 6 cohorts. These cohorts helps niche problem definition around SME or cross-border payment or lending, or these days they have opened it for a CBDC, offline CBDC or programmable CBDC, how to have a better performance. So imagine RBI understand the power of fintechs and working closely with them along with the bank's APIs. So I think these 3 pillar, government, banks, and a regulator also fueling these kind of innovations. And many tech companies are now coming up as accelerating banking as a service provider. While as a point-to-point, fintech can go to the bank and invest around 15 to 30 days. But these BaaS players are coming in between and saying, I am already connected with the 10 banks. You just come and integrate with me once. You are already, these 10 banks are available based upon what business model you want to go for and how bank want to really have a better business model. So you just have to choose. So that is a new model which will come in India also. Banking as a service providers, typically some banks, some companies like M2P or Open Finance, Setu are coming up. Another angle, which is a public digital platform where UPI is there, or Aadhaar, or you talk about coming account aggregator, or ONDC, or you talk about PCR. See, India is equipped with not only UPI, not only Aadhaar, but there are many more other business models which will cater all types of customers, and which gives opportunity for fintechs to really work with these public digital platforms as well as banks, so that you have a better business model. And that is how we can see the rise of better banking, better regulation with all these digital platforms and so on. And more or less, India is blessed with quite a number of leaders. Mr. Dilip Asbe, Vishal is there from NPCI. And furthermore, there are a lot of leaders in every organization. So every company is made not because of technology today, or not because of some kind of a regulation, but people sitting in all of these companies are really collaborating in a better way. Imagine during COVID time, how much collaboration has happened between banks, right? It's a huge way. And a lot of research is happening on a technology side. We talk about generative AI. We had a lot of sessions, or blockchain, or we are talking about a new age money is going to come, which is a central bank digital currency. So I think today, while we are talking about neobanks or a traditional bank, now I'm seeing that in next 2 to 3 years, we are moving towards another term called as a digital bank to intelligent bank. See, these banks understand from day one, is he going to be my customer forever based upon his data, or they can understand the types of operations they are doing, how much operation they have to automate with the help of some intelligent AI or robotic process automation, or through some kind of a big data. And while we are sitting in the age of intelligent banking, slowly we are moving towards maybe autonomous banking. I think some of the sessions spoken about autonomous world. And the way cross-industry innovation happens, like your same customer who is banking with you is playing games somewhere. He is asking some kind of another services into retail industry. And a lot of innovations are happening because of maybe 5G is becoming 6G. Or many more other models which are coming, which are invisible models, right? You don't have to use password, or you have to be in metaverse, or you have to be in a smart city, so-called cognitive cities, right? I think while we are today operating your banking on those bank-provided channels, so-called mobile, is going to come, digital currency. So typically your model will be operated by customer as a human, as well as a customer by device, maybe your car or humans. And this backend technology is going to be very, very helpful. So it is interesting time. We can say that NPCI and that national companies like NPCI already built that public digital infrastructure, which will really prevail long-term intelligent to autonomous banking. I think with the collaboration combination of companies, leaders, it's really happening. And people will look at tomorrow's any of those path-breaking model. People in the sense other countries. We are already speaking about how other countries ask about Aadhaar or UPI, right? Which is going globally. Or even any international forum, people always talk about these platforms as an example. Last week, I was talking in a Scotland forum. Their Scotland forum head has started talking about only UPI. How UPI has penetrated. That's how Scotland could be one example, but we have given that kind of a momentum to the world. I think while COVID has taught us, we have to come together and work closely together on many more standards. And similarly, I think that momentum, IMF or UN or many more international forums are asking, let's work together on programmable money, which is CBDC, BIS, along with many other countries are working. So I think eventually the banking will be just a bank model, which is governance model, and it will be always available service kind of through APIs or some kind of a marketplace, which is already available. So it will become a more or less autonomous platform-based banking. So I think that's a journey which we have seen last several years, and that's a journey we'll see here onwards. Because when we go back in 95, start imagining what we are doing today. So imagine what are we going to do after 15 years. So that gives a lot of attention, and that gives a lot of responsibility for companies like NPCI, which they are already doing, to make that futuristic models altogether. Yeah.
Yeah, very nice to hear the transformation which is taking place in the banking sector, particularly a drive towards the autonomous banking. A good insights. We'll come to you. I'll come back to you with other pointers. Now we will hear from Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar. He's a global entrepreneur, built various businesses. So one business which is building in fintech platform, I would like to hear from you. What is the key impact quotient which you are looking at it, and how you are integrating with the rapid change of technologies?
Thank you very much for asking such a brilliant question. Thank you, CII, for inviting me. Of course, I'm not here in India most of the time, so I'm not very well known here, as a matter of fact. But my platform is basically working in tier 3, 4, 5 centers. We have been talking about a lot of technology, but what is happening? Technology is still in the upper level of our, I should say, existing zones and layers, wherein only I should complement NPC, digital payment gateways and all that, which has penetrated to the remote areas and the lower segments. But besides that, we always talk of like intelligent banking, as Prasanna says, and omnipresent banking, but we have to have purposeful banking. So as a matter of fact, I'm also an ex-banker, and I have been very, very much associated with banking, books on banking and all that. So my vision was that why do we segregate urban and rural economies? Why rural economy should be an appendage to urban economy? Why government should keep on doling out subsidies and grants and cash assistance to rural people and farmers? Why should farming community not develop as a center of economy which can contribute to the national economy? So these were the issues from where I started my journey. And of course, the basis was payment gateways and digital payment gateways that we have, which had penetrated. So that was a big push for my thought process, for my reformist zeal, you can say. So from there, I moved to agri-tech, where I saw what we do and how I can create islands of economies in those rural areas and create a huge ecosystem, so that the payment is not only like we say bank BAS and SaaS. So payment becomes as a subscription model, but it becomes a model for impact. And how this payment gateway can create all those topics and all those purposes of societal development as inherent in their structure. So all those ESG models we talk of, DEI models that we talk of, we cannot parachute them. And people, carbon offsets, carbon attributes, we cannot force all those concepts on farmers that you should follow it and then your agriculture will become very good and you are going to make money. They have to understand it. So all those high sounding titles and everything must be ingrained, and they should start at the 0 level. And that can be added to the payment gateway only because people love and people understand the language of money. So when money becomes a value proposition for your action and your thought process, it can convert the society and it can change the society. So from agri-tech, when I saw that, okay, farmers were committing suicide, they were under a lot of stress and strain. So then I migrated to healthcare as well. So I created a patented healthcare product wherein you can just get inside the cubicle, you can get connected to a range of doctors, they can prescribe you different tests. The machine can perform different type of tests for you, all IoT devices, AI backed. And then you get your result in 15 minutes. Doctor can give you medicine. It has the pill dispenser system. It will give you all the medication. Again, the payment is our own payment gateway. So payment becomes the real mover of transformation in your healthcare, in your agri-tech. Then I found that, okay, still in those areas where I am operating, digitization, digital transformation, all these are having cultural block. People are not coming out of that block. They think that, okay, if we go ahead with these digital transformation measures, we will lose our money or they can be conned. So there came the concept of digital knowledge empowerment. So then I started education vertical known as Fintech and Blockchain Association, FAB. So we are creating centers of excellence in different areas, 3, 4, 5 areas, and we are trying to train them in different technologies. And at the same time, we are also giving them internship opportunities in our companies so that they can continue with the knowledge that they have garnered. And if there is any vacancy, then they can be absorbed also. And it is not only, we are not only active in India, we are also active in Africa, we are also active in Latin America. So we are creating a whole big ecosystem of all these transformative ideas. And of course, everything starts from India. So that is how, because I'm basically Indian, so that is how I move with it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sindhu, and good to know that you are creating different fintech platforms in banking as well as in agriculture, in healthcare domain. Nice to hear. Now, Mr. Vishal, India is predominant with your services, and you already made an impact, no doubt, and it is growing manifold. Now, this maybe JAM might be helping you. JAM in the sense of Jandan, Aadhaar, and mobility. Now, I'd like to understand from you, since our PM Modi ji is taking this fintech boom to other countries, the UPI, as we are like a consultant to other countries. So, do you see any challenge? Because India, we equipped with this JAM, which I have told, where in other countries, are they geared with Aadhaar type authentication? I would like to know your insights, how other countries are in tandem with UPI.
Yeah, I think interesting point around that. I think each country is different. Each country context is different, complexity is different. And I think the good thing is that we are a combination of, the developing and, even underdeveloping, right? So there's a fair experience that we have seen on what's the expectation across the spectrum. But I think what we have seen in the last 3-4 years experience working on the international side is that I think there is, everyone has their own learning curve, and the context to it is very, very different. So some of the countries, want to adopt, they have seen the benefits. But also important thing is they don't have the, what I call as the infrastructure required to make a system like UPI. They don't have, let's say, something like Aadhaar or a digital banking system, which are very prerequisite to create something like UPI. They're still doing a paper-based sort of account opening. And I think one of the interesting things that I learned recently is that we have evolved. I mean, the expectation of us getting completely financial included. Like today, we are almost about 95% people have a bank account, and that has leapfrogged as compared to like 2007 or 8 by almost 5x times. It would have taken us 25 years to do this, if not for Aadhaar. So Aadhaar played a very, very vital role in banking because instant, digital account opening eKYC happened, and we really leapfrogged into the next generation. And it was only our ability to reach the customer and make him open accounts, right? So some of these requirements are not available with every country. They're still struggling, and other than the technology challenges, I think people haven't factored in some of these, challenges that we have. Like, I think we were lucky that the growth of Aadhaar and the growth of digital payment system sort of came together, right? The peak point of Aadhaar identity coming and we taking off on the payments. Like, Aadhaar reached a peak around 2013, 14, and then the payments took off from us, right? So these two came together very nicely. It was like a orchestra coordinated well, right? So a lot of these things are not really appreciated. What it takes. I think a lot of people are still in a card world. I think we are not looking at a real-time payments as a key growth driver. And what is the impact of that? I think there is definitely a appreciation that is missing here, and what is required to make that happen, right? I think while people are in awe, they really underappreciate the background work that needs to be done on this. There is also a huge technology challenge. I think where with a lot of countries we have really struggled to get integration going. And these are basic integrations that we have done in the country like multiple times. We talked about the fintech contributions. Like we almost have 10,000 fintechs working on UPI today, which is basically done because of UPI, and they quickly came on board, right? But just to do a one-to-one network integration, it's a huge challenge. So I think it's a very, very complex world, and this is a long journey. I think it's not something that we will have instant success here. It's going to be a very, very long journey where I think we have to keep investing. I think we are going with the right intent. As I said, we are here to help you, and it's up to the country to see if they want to adopt the solution, they need our expertise, or they want to work with us. I think that's completely a very flexible model that we have given from our perspective. But each country has its own political relations and a lot of other complexities that come together so I think from our perspective, we are thinking it from a very, very long-term perspective, and take it as it comes along, and help in every possible way. I think we are trying to, from a pure consulting to a hand-holding also model, we are trying to work on that. So it's going to be a very exciting but a very long battle that we'll have.
A long battle. I just see in your presentation, in your mission statement, you mentioned that every Indian with one or other payment services, the NPCI's vision. I think with the impact, global impact, a slight change would be, instead of Indian, I think every global citizen, I think that would be the right thing, the way forward for you. Good. Nice points from the panelists. And now I think we are running out of time. As we have started late 10 minutes, I'll take the 10 minutes. Now we will open for questions, and these questions are open for all the people who are here. Yeah. Please.
Yeah, myself is Kamlakar from Power Dynamics. This is questions to Vishal Anand. So who can give you a task to build this kind of a payment system in India? Is it that RBI or the government of India or the banks? Second question is, today you collect so much of data around the payment system. Does the NPCI use this data to build some other models, or they sell the data? What do you do with the data, and how safe that data is? Today, my wife goes to the market and she gives her number everywhere. Earlier, she was a little reluctant to give her number to anybody else. But even now the roadside guy has my wife's number, my number, your number, everybody's number. How safe is that in today's world?
I think the first question, how do we get something like this done? I think everyone needs to come together. So it can't be done by a dictate. We are also one of the players. We can come up with our part, our development, but the banks have to do it, then the fintechs, and then the consumer, right? So it's a long story. I mean, it's not like tomorrow's we announce it and it gets done, right? So like something that we have started even in UPI 2 in 2019, we are still working with few of the banks. So everyone needs to come together. So we have our steering committees that we work with banks and fintechs, where we sort of discuss, debate, and say what needs to be done, which is good for the customer and for the business. So that's a model that works. See, sort of UPI is a one-off, like it happens like once in a generation sort of system. I mean, it's not like we can do it every 5 years or so. it's a product that as a foundation and a lot of business cases, we have discussions with the regulators, with other banks, and that's how we do. I think the second question, from our perspective, we don't get a lot of data. We only get what is required to do a payment system, so which is credit and debit accounts that we need, and that we don't have any PI data with us stored. I'm talking about personally identified information. So we don't store anything in a normal clear text format with us. It's all encrypted. Once the transaction is processed, it's all encrypted and no one can look at it. The sharing of numbers still can be like if you're using a Google Pay or Phone Pay. For the convenience, you need to give the mobile number, but we have directions around it on how to keep it safe. There have been some misuses. Data can get leaked. Where we have to work with everyone to make it safe. So it's a constant process. It's not something I would say is foolproof. Yes, there are challenges. And initially, when we started UPI, the initial design was we'll use mobile number as a VPA, the virtual private address. But we said, no, we don't want to use it only because of the safety concerns. And that's where we came up with the virtual private address, which is, it can be anything. You don't need to give your mobile number or anything. But what we have seen today is that it becomes so much easier to do it, but there is option to the customer, not to, register with, not to give his mobile number. You can give a proxy to it, So there are safeguards, but I won't say it is foolproof, because if all of us are giving, mobile number, then the merchant can say, I only will take mobile number, So there are certain issues around it.
One more quick question and answer, because in next 5 minutes, I need to wrap up the session.
Hello, can you hear me? Thanks, Vishal. I think it's a great journey. I come from a system concern like you. I work for MasterCard. So the question for you is, as you're going into other countries, right? From financial inclusion, you touched upon a few items. Like if you look at a small market like Bhutan or Nepal that you talked about, what are some of the key differentiators that you are seeing apart from the other situation, from a penetration into the lower poverty line?
I think I briefly touched upon it, right? I think it's a scale of work that is very, very different for a country like Bhutan. Even understanding the QRs, understanding the specifications is a very, very difficult job as compared to us. So I think, and also the scale of problems, right? So, there is already a market where, there are little on the cards and POS machines are there. But, what is the need for this to address a smaller segment of that customers, right? So, and also the whole technology, we have so many IT companies here, but when we looked at Bhutan, I think we did not find a lot of system integrators there who could be of the similar scale. See, I think the UPI is I think a lot of very underappreciated fact is that it is a open source tech product. It's not on any licensed products. So building that capability to scale up to what we are doing, like 15,000 TPS, is not a small thing. So when we go and talk about similar things with that sort of mentality, it's a huge barrier, and the people don't appreciate like DevOps or Kafka technologies, right? They're still on a J2E sort of world at this point. So I think the conversations and the scale of problems being so slow, I think getting a business buy-in as well as a technology buy-in for something like this is a huge challenge that we see at this point.
And just to support, we have seen early days of UPI, right? Wherein banks used to sit together in one room along with Nandani Lekanaji or Dilip sir, Hota sir, and many more other bankers. And they used to review in a such a way that when is going to happen. The date was decided. 11th April is the pilot date to be done 2016. And that is how 11 banks had hit the run. So collaboration among the banks, while technology is available, while communication method is available, while smartphones are available, but bringing all banks together to make a nationwide ecosystem, it's all about leadership. I think that is a one different aspect which I spoken in my earlier remark. You go to the Bhutan or you go to Nepal or this, I think that may be available, but not the way we have seen while we were creating UPI or while we are creating Aadhaar. I think big push for government is always required for adoption with the right regulator. I think this is what a differentiator. While Bhutan has its own now QR code system they have adopted, but that's not the way scale which we have, right? Scale which comes with a technology scale as well as a security. Look at people may say that frauds are happening, but compare these frauds with the credit card frauds. Right today, I think these are very minimum as far as the UPI is concerned. That is a very, and UPI has seen all that a lot of innovations. Primarily, it was only around, as Vishal said, only around numbers, but immediately it was taken care, or primarily it was against your card number only and the last 6 digits of card number. Immediately it was taken care with the expiry date also. So that is collaboration of experts from various banks coming together. I have seen those days people used to taste in a sense that have you received our transaction as this bank. So that collaboration impact, which is driven by RBI, which is driven by NPCI company, has given momentum for anything can be possible with the coming together. I think that's one differentiator which we have seen. Yeah.
I can take one quick last question. Yeah, please pass on the mic, please. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. This is Pawan from NTT Data. This is the last question, I think. I have a question like in the remotest areas where the signals are absolutely zero. Do you think the payment solutions are possible? This is for like the farmers who do farming in the remotest areas and payments have to be done to them. Do you think there's a possibility? If yes, how do you do it? Thank you.
I think it's, you want to take this? I think it's already happening, right? One of the product which we have seen, like government to customer GBC, which is a direct benefit transfer. So which is already happening for a farmer per se. And 123 UPI or payments on feature phones, which typically happens, which is happening. And more or less, while we are seeing there is a now demand, and for what purpose these farmers will need payment, right? Example, DBT. Some benefit is given to this farmer, he has to utilize it for that purpose only, rather than he utilizes for some marriage or some other. That programmability of a money is also picking up. While it's we are talking about digital rupee, which is our central bank digital currency. So eventually that will really take up that shape. I think it's a matter of what push we have seen in UPI, similar push comes. I think those last mile financial inclusion for both having account or having financial inclusion should be figured out. In my example, I have visited one of those village 2016 January, and the same villager I visited in 17. The huge push, right? He was not having any knowledge of a card or a QR or something, and the next year, within 1 year, at his shop, all those Paytms and many more other QR code was there. I think while technology is there, the digital India push or Digital Melas or to have awareness. So those campaigns are also happening very regularly and very widely. So while at a scale, we are building various platforms, various feature phone-based innovations, but how do we adopt? So that also is taken care by Government of India or indirectly by Reserve Bank of India through some television ads or through some of those. I think there are many more channels are open now for people to see those awareness campaigns and so on. Yeah.
See, from payment perspective, when someone has to build a payment system for a country like India, like you said, how does it reaches to a person who doesn't have a network connectivity, who doesn't know, who's not a literate also, or there are language barriers in the country. How do you address that? So I think there are few products which India has evolved over a period of time in terms of Aadhaar enabled payment is one. If you are not literate, if you have a bank account, just go put your fingerprint in, you can deposit and withdraw the money on the Aadhaar enabled payments. Similarly, on the regional languages front, you can still make the payments on the regional languages. And on UPI 123 is a very smart product, which is available on the feature phone, which you can very easily use it if the person knows how to use the product. And the government initiative and NPCI is obviously parallelly working in terms of creating an infrastructure, which is a futuristic infrastructure. But at the same time, the objective is to look at that, how does it reaches to the last mile connectivity, which is to the villages. Currently, RBI is driving an initiative along with the Payment Council, where we are also contributing it in terms of creating some sort of an awareness at a ground level, where we go and teach the people about how to use the digital payments in the country.
I think in 2011, this financial inclusion typically has started by RBI with all of the PSU banks, and these banks were allowed or asked to adopt some of those villages. So this, wherein in that village they used to identify some sarpanch or some teacher who will act as a business correspondent, and this model still continued. So while we are accelerating this business model with the BCs with new age systems which are given by NPCI, but this push for bringing everybody on the digital push already started in 2010-11. So that's one of the angles.
No, as a matter of fact, in one of my neobanks, we have created a fiscal model. So we are having a group of volunteers who are our agents, and they are providing all those banking services. And we are bringing them gradually to the digital fold with prepaid cards and other things, and QR code payment, QR code receipt of payments. And we are creating different POS in different villages with different corner shops. So that is how we are trying to create that digital environment in those areas where there is no banking and where there is no digital support. So like we have 22,000 agents right now, and we have about 7.2 million customer base. And last financial audited statement reflected $800 million worth of transactions. So that is how we are transforming them and bringing them to digital fold, even though all those nuances are not available.
Very good insights, gentlemen. I would be going with the closing remark. One statement from Ernst and Y that India fintech would be touching 1 trillion in next coming 8 to 10 years. Right now, our economy itself is $3.75 trillion. So that is a huge scope. So it is in the takeoff stage, and it is a real opportunity for the entrepreneurs who are in this fintech domain or even in tech domain who want to migrate. For you, what percentage you take in that $1 trillion? With this powerful statement, I would like to close this session, and I would like to thank the participants, Mr. Rahul Jain, Mr. Prasanna Lohar, Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar, and Mr. Vishal. In spite of having busy schedule, they traveled across and they were here. And we would like to appreciate them with a small token of appreciation. So I would like to call Mr. Sanjeev Deshpande to give the
I'm thankful to our panelists for such an insightful and interactive session. As we near the conclusion of the CII Telangana IT Conclave 2023, we are excited to present the final session of the day, which is the fourth session, Driving Digital Excellence, Exploring Market, Education, Technology, Collaboration, and Trends in IT. Leading this enlightening session is our esteemed moderator, Ms. Praveena Bhimavarapu, Managing Director of Global Technology Services at State Street. After the discussion, we will open the floor for a Q&A session, giving you the opportunity to engage with our esteemed speakers and delve deeper into the topics discussed. I request everyone to be seated, please. No one listens. I did. Yeah, I did. We are currently moving on to the next session. I request everyone to come back to their seats, please. We are going to start the next session. I request everyone to be seated, please, for the next session. As we near the conclusion of the CII Telangana IT Conclave 2023, we are excited to present the final session of the day, which is driving digital excellence, exploring market, education, technology, collaboration, and trends in IT. Leading this enlightening session is our esteemed moderator, Ms. Praveena Bhima Varapu, Managing Director of Global Technology Services at State Street. After the discussion, we will open the floor for a Q&A session, giving you the opportunity to engage with our esteemed speakers and delve deeper into the topics discussed.
Distinguished guests, friends, colleagues. So this is the last session of the day. So congratulations for keeping up for the entire day and being with us even at 4:30. So very warm welcome again. Those of your friends who are still catching up with some coffee and tea, you can ask them to come back. Because we do have two folks who are still very young at heart, but they're doing a lot of innovation in the field of IT, markets, some of the trends, collaboration, and mainly in the education side. So with that, I'll call upon our panelists here. Mr. Ramesh Loganathan. I know him for some time. He is one in many, an educationist and entrepreneur, technology, industry professional, and mentor to many. And he's joining here. If, as you can see, he's coming from IIIT, and he's got, you know, the branding of IIIT as well carries with him. So needless to say, please have a seat, Ramesh. Needless to say, IIIT is considered as one of the pioneering institutions here. Very proud of that. It has put Hyderabad on the map along with many other achievements that we can call. So thank you, Ramesh, for being here. The next guest is Mr. Hemant Satya, and please welcome Hemant. He's the founder and CEO of Imagine, TEDx speaker, quite a few achievements which are there for all of you to read. But just to say that, you know, he has set a trend coming up from an IIT, you know, background, and then working across overseas, and also now, you know, leading in the areas of, you know, technologies that most of us are not doing today, but he can talk about the trends that are coming up in our technology industry. So please, thank you for joining us, Hemant. So yesterday I was in a session. We were celebrating Innovation Summit, and there we had a neuroscientist, and the neuroscientist spoke about a thing that, you know, how we perceive the world. And we say that, you know, I'll believe it when I see it, isn't it? Right? But science proves that we see what we believe. So it's the other way around. And from the morning, we've had 3 sessions. We spoke about the differences between digitalization to digital transformation, the differences, the use cases for AI, the uses and, you know, opportunities and threats. And we also spoke about the need for us to, you know, embrace the generative AI as such, because it's so common. I'm going to use that for now. But technically what we ended up learning is that we have to adapt. And the session that we just ended is on the payments industry. And needless to say, India, with NPCI being in the center and so many things that have happened in the last decade or so, has definitely put us on a map from a payment standpoint. So India has its advantages where we look at some of the practices and we prove here, and many of the countries are learning from us. So obviously we've done something right, isn't it? So with that, I would like to structure this next 40 minutes with some insights from each of you, because you've had a share of your experience coming from a background of innovation, education, and being an industry leader yourself, Ramesh. I would like to hear your perspective on what are the trends and what are the educational needs that will support these trends in the future. And after that, I'd like to hear from you, Hemant, to understand, you know, how it is, you know, playing in the market and what you see as the new trends that are coming out and the need to collaborate between these markets. Because just in Hyderabad, I can say that there's HICIA, there's T-Hub, there's CII, just the ecosystems are so many. The need to collaborate is something that we see as a need as a use case. So would like to hear from you. So with that, I'll hand it over to you, Ramesh, to talk about your views on the education and the trends that we are seeing and how they have evolved. Any things that we have to do differently to support what's coming up in the future?
Sure, Pravina. So thank you, and thanks for having me at this session, at this conference. So I think this whole, I mean, the web of industry, academics, and like the enabling ecosystem, government, innovation ecosystem, I think that web is very fractured today, right? It is not, the connections are very, very weak. And I think we need to do it. And also, I think the objectives are different. You look at the education ecosystem, talk about IIT, IIT bids, these are little differently structured, ISB and such. But most of the academic institutions, they have a very narrow purpose, right? These graduate students. So most of our education, especially engineering, I can talk only for engineering, right? I wish the city had more than that. Sadly, city has very little outside of engineering. Very sad. We don't have, if somebody wants to do liberal arts, right there's a problem. If somebody wants to do liberal arts, you have to go outside. You can't do it in Hyderabad. You have to go to Pune or Bombay or Bangalore or somewhere. You can't do it in Hyderabad. And it's very sad. We just become very, and even there, the whole idea seems to be like, get this exam taking machines into the system and then make them, prepare them for the university exams and get them out of the system. Very unimaginative environment, by and large. I mean, I'm sure there are some outliers, but most of the system is sadly that. But that said, I don't think while the focus on exams and entrance was not there, but 20, 30 years back, it was not much different either. And I think as an industry, we've done well. I mean, like Indians that studied here in the same system are creating technology for the world, right? If you look at, so I don't know if there's anything fundamentally wrong with the education ecosystem. I think we prepare them for some kind of, we get them the basic education, we get them the foundations, we kind of get them ready where they go take up a job here, they do well. They go for a master's outside, where it's an MBA or a science or other masters, they do well. Many go on to do research and such. They take up a job directly outside or through kind of other jobs, shifted outside, they do well. And in the last 10, 15 years, we are seeing that Indians are doing very, very well, even in the tech innovation space. Now, you look at everybody that's successful that graduated 20, 30 years back, came out of the exact same system. I don't think the system was any different. Even the best of IITs had a very strong focus on education and like kind of exams and not so much on practical aspects. Now things are changing, but not 20, 30 years back. And so I don't believe there's anything fundamentally wrong with the education ecosystem. Yes, the connections are weak. We could do better if there are connections, but I don't think there's necessarily a problem. In recent years, if you look at it, I think with the technology evolving so rapidly, industry also is moving to do more and more different things. I think we need to prepare them to think out of the box. The creative thinking is something we're losing. See, earlier also, I would say the difference between like 20 years back and now or 30 years back and now, while the education system hasn't changed fundamentally, what has changed is the input to the system has changed fundamentally. When we were all studying, like even in 11th and 12th years, we had a little bit more, like whether it's parents or our peers, they'll say, no, prepare, it's a make or break. You have to get a good rank, a good score. Well, that was there, but we're not obsessed with it. I mean, like we had a regular school, school had all activities, we had sports, we had like theater, we had other things, right? All activities were there. There used to be inter-house competitions, and like we had, along with maybe little extra emphasis on academics in 11th and 12th, everything else was there. So we had a fairly, you go home, you play, you don't go off and then start preparing model test papers, right? Today, forget going home, right? You go home only to sleep. All day they're doing nothing but model test papers, and like it's a very rote based. So we have sucked away the creativity from people coming into the system. The engineering system sadly is as uncreative as it was ever. So thankfully they haven't made it worse. They haven't made it better, but hasn't made it worse at least. The input has become worse. Now I think, and we're at like 20 years back, it was okay if you had such a system 20 years back. You just had to go and build. We're primarily services, like they say, glorified coolies for the world. And like somebody tells us what to do and we were doing that was enough. Not anymore. All the companies are moving up the value chain. Now you want people that can think out of the box. Now, I think that's where the fundamental weakness is. It's more in the input system. The system that has to change is in 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. Engineering colleges, yes, it could be better, but that's not the problem. Today's problem is more on the school, especially 11th and 12th, this whole coaching-based culture. And it's obsessive, right? I mean, the society is obsessed with it. That is the sad part. I think we are just creating generations of, I mean, the best minds, unfortunately, best minds in the society go into engineering, and they are coming in as unimaginative way as possible. So we're wasting away some of the best minds to do some kind of okay work. So I think that's a bigger problem as I see when you talk about this whole web of, right, and keeping academics in the middle. We are trying to do some things ourselves. In our little way, we are trying to do. IIT is very research focused. The reason our students, when they graduate, they're so well recognized is the the research-led curriculum that we have, right? I mean, so I always say you don't need to prepare engineering students, any student for the matter, but especially engineering, you don't need to prepare them for skills. Prepare them to learn skills, right? Different frameworks and such. The thinking should be strong. So the research-led curriculum allows that in what we have. So we're doing this college research affiliate program. We're trying to, it's a multifaceted engagement. The hope is in 2-3 years, it's second year now since we started. First year was in the pandemic, so we just had a small pilot. Now the second year, second batch going through. The idea is the college signs up and we want the colleges to get a stronger technology and research connect. So we're saying college should sign up. There will be few faculty that the college say they will come and meet our faculty every week, every 2 weeks. And then about 100 students, 7,500 students come in one technology area. We're doing it for IoT and smart cities. We're doing for cybersecurity. And then we're doing for NLP and speech. 3 areas right now, and we may expand the areas. And through that, it's third-year students primarily. And we're hoping that 100 students start, and it's based on interest. It's a 4-phase process where, like, if they don't do things, they don't go to the next phase. And so there's no that they don't have to do well. They just have to do things. What are they asked to? If they do, they go to the next phase. And there's a third phase is a 1-month project, and fourth phase is a 3-month project. The 3-month project will serve as their BTP for their final year. So the hope is you finish your BTP by the 3rd year summer, and you picked up some. Can you do more in the final year? The challenge we have set ourselves is, like, can they say no to an industry internship that's giving them a job and come and do a research internship? Now, parallelly, we're saying, like, college, the faculty that come, they have to meet with us. We have conversation around research. End of the 9 months, we should put up joint proposals, research proposals. Even 5 lakh funding is okay. Small research project gets funded, which that faculty, along with our faculty, will do in their college using their students, which is a culture that doesn't exist today. Even if some faculty continue to engage in research, they do it by them, so they never use students. All the leading research institutions, faculty do research using students, right? That's how they can do a lot of work. And like, that's a model also. That's the academic research model. But most colleges don't. So we're trying to do this. We're trying many other things, but it's one of the things that we're trying to do. So where we're saying, can we fix the thinking in some of these colleges and create a research web? So I'll pause here, but yeah, to summarize, it's not so bad. It could be better, but the problem is not in the colleges, problem is in schools.
Well, thanks, Ramesh. Made me go back to my college days and school days as well. Yeah, just to quickly add on that, right? If I can, the different types of schools. Again, even now looks like in some sort of. I mean, I think it's primarily parents. Which is there is this crowd mindset that you got to go and like do that rote-based learning, right? Yeah, market economy. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So, from my standpoint, what I would like to touch upon, I'm not an expert in education. I want to talk about more, what we do in the space of virtual reality and augmented reality. My background has been in the space of VR, AR since 2004. When I started, I was working on an augmented reality-based solution for liver surgery to help a surgeon see through inside the liver and figure out where the tumors are hidden inside. Right. So using a glass which was connected. I mean, speaking of trends that I want to talk about, which is the topic today, 2004, the glass was, it was an AR glass, augmented reality glass, which is a see-through glass, which means you can see everybody around and you can see some projections on top of the glass. Right. So in that year, this has to be connected via a wire to a computer that the user, the surgeon, would wear in his backpack, which will sort of drive this graphics that he sees during a surgery. But fast forward now, there are glasses like this, which is pretty sleek. This is incidentally a glass from a company called Lenovo, which is a see-through glass again. This can be connected to your phone, and it becomes a hands-free AR device, which is capable of understanding the entire surroundings through its cameras. It'll tell you like how far the table is with respect to you. And let's say I want to position another, like sofa sets here. It can automatically understand how far it is and can pick from the cloud the best suitable sofa and show it to me in augmented reality. So if I'm a space designer, using glasses like this and softwares that will run on these glasses, quickly I can understand how I can redo a layout here, right? So that's how the technology in terms of hardware has evolved till now. Now, let me take a step back again to talk about the difference between VR and AR, right? So there are, there's virtual reality, there is augmented reality. I don't know how many of you are not from the IT industry. If I can just sort of understand Yeah, from a raise of hands. Okay, cool. So yeah, so virtual reality is, I'm sure you would have seen in these malls where you put on a very big headset and you get an experience of a roller coaster ride, right? So it basically is an experience that you get while you're physically somewhere, but you get that full end-to-end experience of being somewhere else, right? Devices like Quest, which is made by Facebook, is quite popular in this space, which enables a VR experience. Now, on the other hand, there is Microsoft, which launched HoloLens earlier, the device that I just showed now, which is from Lenovo. And just recently, a month ago, I was at this event called AWE, which happened in US. Now, where the industry is going towards is, we can't force fit one device to every company, every hospital to start using this AR device. And that's how Microsoft launched and a few other companies have launched. Now, over the last few years, what has been realized is it's an expensive device. You can't force fit one for everything, like how smartphones have changed. Right? In the past, Google came up with Google One or something, which was the first device, right? And then the iPhone and so forth. But if you see now, there are about a million types of phones across the world, right? There is one phone for every user, right? So like that, where the AR industry is going towards is there is one glass for one use case, not just the same smart glass, which serves all use cases. Like, for example, this is a binocular vision where projection happens on both these glasses. But maybe for something as simple as an industrial worker who needs to know if he's working in a chemical environment, maybe all that he needs to know is to know through a blip, perhaps through a color code on his glass, which alerts him that there is poisonous gas in the environment. He probably doesn't need to know like a full AR display showing him what is the quality of air and all of that in a much more immersive way, which is definitely going to increase that cost of the glass. But where the hardware industry is going towards is there are different types of glasses available from about 10,000 rupees, as low as 10,000 rupees to a few lakhs, right? So that's the trend that I'm seeing happening in the hardware industry. But in terms of, if I just get into the software and the other pieces which are driving the VR AR experiences, one is the 3D models that we keep hearing, right? 3D computer graphics, 3D environments that go inside these glasses. Speaking of collaboration, the software comes from the IT industry, right? Like, whoever makes, these VR AR software. But there is a big collaboration angle here where when you sort of put in content into the software, that content typically is not PowerPoint or images or videos that which most of us are familiar with. These are all 3D content, which historically has been done for games or for movies. And that has no linkages with the software industry in the past. It was all like movie VFX and then game development, right? So now there is a need for all these software companies which are working in the VR AR space to work with content creators who are people who you see in the graphics industry. I think in Telangana there is TVAGA, which is a body which is dedicated to creative professionals. There is an absolute need for that body to work with the IT industry, the software industry, so that you produce brilliant virtual reality and augmented reality experiences. Second, in terms of the other technologies that we see in the space is the application of AI. I mean, AI is everywhere. I mean, I'm sure all of you would have known about ChatGPT, would have used it for different use cases as well. But AI has a significant role even in VR AR experiences. Like, for example, when somebody puts on a smart glass, he's inside a different space. Now, what is possible now is, let's say I'm inside a virtual factory. I want to understand how I move around or how I learn how to sort of get out in the case of an accident, right? So now you can actually convene an avatar which looks like a human inside your VR experience, and you talk to that avatar, and the avatar is completely powered by ChatGPT or some LLM like that, which can hear what you're saying and which can make you feel at ease inside the VR environment, and which can coach you, which can actually become your teacher in the virtual factory. It can be your teacher. It can sort of give you different scenarios. It understands what you're doing in the VR experience and makes you a better student or makes you a better technician who can then be deployed at the production line. Right? And for this, just a VR AR startup or a VR AR technology creator cannot really work on the generative AI piece as well. I mean, they can. I mean, everything is code, but there is need for collaboration here as well. Instead of you doing everything, work with AI specific companies which can sort of bring in the AI angle. VR, AR companies can focus on how do you render that rich quality content. And then the third piece, which is the 3D content team, which is focused on just creating good 3D content, right? So like this, from a tech standpoint, there are these three different industries that I can think about. Now, from a verticals, of course, there are a lot more scope in terms of collaboration. I just recently, I spoke to somebody at who's a DIG in another state. So one of the interesting use cases was about, let's say there is a crime scene, right? How crime scenes are sort of investigated later is through videos or through photos, right? Of course, there are photos in the past, and then there are videos, and that's it, right? And then it is super difficult for inspectors or different inspectors and the senior officials as well to understand how exactly this crime scene panned out, right? People who are already there, it's super clear in their minds, but they have to explain that to a new officer, which is where it is challenging. Now, with the advent of 3D scanning, you can actually create a complete 3D replica of the crime scene, right, through handheld scanners, and then reenact, get people to sort of be inside that scene again, so that you can clearly communicate the scene to all the police officers who are involved in this case, right? Of course, the challenge here is, today is about how can you deploy so many industrial scanners to scan that entire, of course, cost is a big factor, but again, from a tech trend standpoint, generative AI and video-based recreation of 3D content is possible. Not yet today, but then in the next few months, you would see just using regular videos, you can actually create 3D scenes using just regular videos. I'm going to take a pause here. I know it's a lot of tech that I was talking about, but yeah, these are some of the trends or that I see that can happen in the next few months, if not few years.
Thank you, Ramesh and Hemant. So taking from both of you and hearing from the sessions in the morning, we have cautioned again, multiple times on usage of the emerging tech, generative AI, and again, collaboration needs to happen. So this seems to be a very complicated ecosystem. And I want to, first admit that I don't want to assume that everybody understands it well enough, or it is, fair to assume that everybody should know by default. So the aspects of, learning is one, and then, deciding to do something about driving digital excellence is another. And the third is how you do it so that it is a long-term, innovation versus something that you're doing for the short term, right? So in that journey, since you've played almost all the three roles here, you were in the corporate, you are teaching for so many years, and you're also in the innovation with startups, and then taking risks as well. So in your opinion, right, what is the first one or two things that someone should do who actually want to, venture out and learn? Because just from a CII organization standpoint, right, earlier we had, if there were 100 people, not all were from IT domain or, from single domain. They're from multiple domains, and they probably have started their journeys at different times. And because of the, competition or the fear of missing out, we get trained, we try our things, and then we fail, and then we stop. So, but you've been, been there, done that. What would be those 2-3 things that you would advise somebody to start off with, exploring some aspects of the markets that exist for everybody? And I feel that, there is, everybody will have a share of their pie in India, and there are all sorts of use cases that are available. And the talent, as you said, is, we've constantly evolved, we've reskilled and upskilled, and we change with the technologies in the last 30 years. So I don't think we are scared of challenges, but in your experience, what will be the first 2-3 things that you would advise for somebody to pick up in the current volatile market?
I think, see, it goes back to look at any product, I mean, whether it's coming from the startup ecosystem or even from the say larger companies, the most important, it's a creative process, right? It's not when we take up a system, if it's a business system, like it's business workflow that we're automating, somebody has done the thinking for us, right? The process already exists. Somebody defines the process. We only go and implement. As technologists, we don't need to think of the process, right? Like in your case, for instance, the financial world, the domain experts are the ones that understand what should be the financial workflows and such. So as technologists, we only have to go think only about technology, architecture, design and such, and not worry about what to build. If you take larger companies where you're building a product for the market, there nobody's telling you what to build. Whereas any technology product company or any other product company or a startup. Now, if you look at the MNC tech companies, I mean, you have all major companies have their presence in India, but you take very few of them do the thinking from India. The product thinking, the market thinking happens outside. Now, we do more of just engineering work, right? We're very good at the tech. We can be the latest, greatest framework, whatever it takes. Tech, we're very good. We can deliver. Now, but a product is as much about understanding the market and the needs as it is about building it. If you don't define the right thing, then you're building something that the market doesn't need. I feel that's where the biggest challenges in that whole ecosystem, where it's large companies, small companies, like kind of non-IT companies, anywhere, we have become like kind of very, very good at services. And our industry also, like all the economic indicators show that like we're very good at services, but very not so great at even manufacturing is a service for us. It's not our own products. Often it's licensed and such. And we're very weak at defining, conceptualizing our own products. I think that market connect, again, it's a creative process. You're connecting the dots. You're observing something, you're seeing there's a problem there that could be solved by some solution. You think of a solution, as you think of a solution, you think of different possibilities. Many dots have to be connected. None of them are obvious. And today we do the obvious. Ola goes and tries to replicate Uber, right? And Oyo goes and tries to replicate even some of the largest startups, not necessarily homegrown even as an idea. Right? It's execution. Yes, not to trivialize the execution. These things, when you have to execute at the scale of what Ola does, it has to be phenomenally good execution. So we do well in execution, but the idea was not creative. We just replicated something. Now, in the technology, what I always say, if Indians people like the three of us, maybe like there are 300 of them or 3,000 of them or 30,000 of them in anywhere, the backgrounds are not too different. Their schooling, their kind of growing up years, their college education, early career, not different. All of us spend time outside country. They did the same thing. But why do Indians in Bay Area create technology for the world? And why not the same Indians in India? I mean, it's not that like we are doing less. It's almost non-existent. If 100 technology companies get created in Bay Area, like probably 1 or 2 get created in India. Everywhere, Bangalore, wherever. They're all service companies. Innovation is more around technology leverage services and not necessarily technology products. Very few technology for the world happens from here. And but technology for the world does happen from Bay Area. And today it's all led by, earlier we used to be only the techies in those companies, went on to become senior leaders in those companies. And today, last 5-10 years, many of them are founded by Indians, right? And so I think that is the biggest shortcoming which we need to address, and which is a creative thinking process. Yes, they got the same education, but then having been out somewhere else with different setting, different people, you're in the home office of these large companies. Home officers do the thinking on the products. Right? If you take a MNC tech company, like wherever the headquarters is, that's where all the product thinking happens. In the India offices, it's only mostly technology work that happens. So we don't understand customers. We don't understand markets. And that's one very important aspect, even to think of a technology solution. You need to know who's going to do what with it. That visibility is very weak. And I think that's what manifests itself in everything we do. Tech industry, broadly, specifically the startup world. I think that's a process we need to shake. There's some moment of kind of an element of slumber. We need to shake people out of it and get the creative mojo back. And I think that's not an easy task or an easy ask, but I think that's what we need to create technology for the world.
Thank you, Ramesh. So, listening to you, I feel that, being uncomfortable is probably the most required quality for the technologists, because, the minute you get comfortable, I think somebody else will do some of the wonders in other parts of the world. And, but still, I feel that, we've proven, and the session before this was on NPCI and payments industry, how it has flourished, use cases that were, presented. And they've been proven that, yes, we could do it at scale and the complexity that exists. And that means that there's there's a need for somebody like an NPCI to bring everything together. I'm just taking that as an example of collaboration, right? So Hemant, for the trends that you mentioned, where the top 3 that you are aware of and where your extensive work has been, everything is complementing to another. If you were to, again, the same question to you is, if you were to, give a, 2-3 pointers to somebody who is trying to learn these trends, right? What would be the top 2-3 trends that you would, suggest for them to pick up? Because this is such a big ocean, people who start very, fresh, they actually get confused. And I'm speaking on behalf of many others who probably are not in the room here and would aspire to be talking about tech, but they're not sure whether, what's the depth or where to start and where to end. So for such folks, how do you suggest them to go about learning something which is constantly changing?
So Pravina, you're talking more from a skilling standpoint for employability, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's there everywhere in terms of what are the skills needed when it comes to adopting or contributing to a trend, right? Like the latest trend is prompt engineering, right? And if you sort of look for what prompt engineering is, there are a lot of resources available. So Microsoft, of course, wants to have everybody on Azure. But having said that, Microsoft provides a free course on LinkedIn that anybody can take, which is about 60 hours or so, I think, which will sort of get you prepared for generative AI, right? It's free, it's available on the internet, LinkedIn and other channels where people can go and of course, they have to invest that 60 hours or 40 hours out of their time to pick it up. But I mean, for a startup, what we look at in terms of skills that students, the new grads have, is if they are keeping themselves up to date with the latest trends, right? So if they are enthusiastic about learning new things or at least understanding new things, right? Then somebody who is just out of college, they have faced different courses in college, but they have no idea about what OpenAI's API means, right? But somebody who said we have tried the free APIs of OpenAI, it sort of implies to us that they are forward thinking, they want to understand what's happening across the world, they're up to date with tech, and they've actually tried it. And it's not difficult for anybody to go and explore that through GitHub or different projects, right? Yeah, so that's about AI just quickly that we look at, which is prompt engineering and some APIs that they can try out. I mean, we're not really looking at building LLMs from some or customizing an LLM from the available LLMs by training your own content. So that's the next level. But at least if the first level is after college, if they can get well versed with the keywords, not just keywords, but also they have experimented with some of these, that's good enough for any company to absorb them, in my view. I speak for startups, but I think it's kind of the same, because recently we had to lose a candidate who was an intern with us for a large company just because he or she interned with us, right? So the skill that they acquired in the LLM space through our work was quite valuable for this large company, and they hired them. So I think, from my view, it seems relevant for both startups and large companies as well.
So now that the same question to you as well, and some of the things that we could easily learn, and I'm only talking because there's so many things everybody is aware of. There's so much available online, but it's equally overwhelming. And folks who are trying to do trying to take the first step is basically it's for them. The question is, what are the 2-3 things that you would suggest apart from generative AI, OpenAI? I think we've spoken about a lot from the morning, and then we heard from you as well, Hemant. But coming from the academics exposure that you have, what is that triple IT or equivalent talking about as emerging tech?
There are a lot of technologies, of course. If you just take the hype around AI out, or even hype around generative AI now, it's not like everybody makes it seem like generative AI just landed from the skies overnight. right? It's been Hemant has been doing what they've been doing, not too different from what they're doing today for like many, many years, right? And it's a technology that's been evolving over the years, getting better every year, but didn't suddenly overnight land from the skies, right? Even ChatGPT has been as that initiative, as that company has been around for 5-6 years, right? Doing what they're doing now, and there are many other groups in the world. But so there's a lot of FOMO right now, right? People think like, God, if I don't know what ChatGPT is, like my job is obsolete. I think that fear is completely unfounded. No job is going away. There's only so much you can do. There's only so many stories you can generate. There's only so many slides you can generate using ChatGPT that is going to help you. I challenge everybody that says ChatGPT is a godsend. I challenge them, tell me one useful thing it can do for you, right? That is beneficial, meaning not just beyond a Google++. What I can do, Google search and spend 15 minutes. Tell me something it can do that is beyond that, which is actually your job, not just like glorified search. That's what it can do right now. It's just way overrated. And yes, it's very good. The underlying technologies and right, it's very, very powerful and can mean a lot in the coming future. But today it's not that useful, right? It's a glorified search. So I think that FOMO is unfounded. I don't think anybody needs to worry about if I don't know that, like I'm going to become redundant for sure. There are many things happening. If you look at it, just around data, I think there's so much emphasis put on all the LLMs and such, but companies have been dealing with, like, I mean, I'm sure all large organizations have like gigabytes worth of, or even sometimes terabytes worth of data. That is large data. I mean, we don't call it large language models or like LLM models, but a lot of if you do any kind of intelligent processing, that's a goldmine of data that's available in large organizations, especially older organizations, right? If it's a financial institution or a manufacturing institution or such, or any other FMCG companies, there's tons of data. I think one thing that they should be looking at is traditional data warehouses did different kind of processing, which I think all companies, organizations understand that very well. It's been around for a long time. Now, the predictive aspects and other things you could do with it, I think that's the power of the data sitting inside the organization. You just need to have a different way of looking at the data. Companies are experimenting with it, but I don't think they're experimenting enough. They could do a lot more with just the data they have in their own organization. They can do a lot more with it. And again, this goes back to the creative connecting of the dots. As technologists, as research institutions, we may not even understand the problems. We love working with industry on industry projects because that gives us a real world perspective, a real world problem, real world data. So all our professors at IIT love working on industry projects because it gets a very different perspective to their work. But we don't understand the problems. Industry understands the problems, has the data, but doesn't understand the possibilities. So I think we need to increase this conversation so that like these dots can get connected. So wherever there is data, which is lots of data that's there in organizations, I think a lot can happen with the data now than what was possible earlier. I'm just talking about NPCI, right? When we started the Smart City Living Lab, Vishal himself was very keen to engage. Come in as a founding partner. Our whole campus is a Smart City live lab. And I was surprised. I said, NPCI, what would you do? He said they were experimenting at the time. This was 2.5 years back in the pandemic. The whole living lab started in the pandemic. And in 21, we are having this conversation. And he said they were experimenting with systems like, can an electric meter pay for itself? Right? Today, we look at a saying like, there's a meter, it's in my house or my office. The bill comes to me and I pay. Now, he was talking about seeing like they're imagining like a near future where the meter can pay for itself, right? Just like UPI is linked to the toll booth, phenomenal. I mean, like, again, I don't fully agree with you that it's a creative exercise, but it's a phenomenal engineering exercise, right? I mean, every toll booth, anywhere in the country you go, it works. You cross 100 times, maybe one time you'll get an error. Maybe, I haven't got errors yet, but you hear, it works so well at that scale. I mean, like, and you go to a banana vendor, 20 rupees, like in Tripathi canteen, like tea costs 10-15 rupees. You pay, most people use GPay and pay 15 rupees for tea. And it works. And I've transferred up to a few lakhs for this. And like, it's a beautifully executed system. I think it's a prowess. I think the engineering that's gone into it is phenomenal. But they're all thinking on these lines, pushing the boundaries. Can a meter pay for itself? So those are the possibilities which the businesses would know, but they may not know the technology that can enable it. So I think that's where the conversation should be more open. Today is a very transactional conversation. A company comes to a research institution with a problem that they've already thought of. They're not coming to discover possibilities. And we also don't have avenues as academic research. We don't have avenues to go and talk to companies about saying like, let's mutually explore possibilities. So very transactional nature. We need to have more open conversations to discover those possibilities.
Thank you. Just a quick time check. Q&A. So with that, I'll open the floor for the questions. Do we have a mic? Yeah. Sure.
On generative AI, since Ramesh, you're talking about data, yeah, I don't know anything about ChatGPT. Let me be honest. Several people were able to talk about ChatGPT. I'm kind of an enterprise person. I did AI and all these statistic models and all that in the organization, like, market basket analysis and stuff like that. So if I throw that data, can ChatGPT actually able to, build up a model on itself and be able to give me responses, or how does it work actually?
No, so that's what people will make you believe today, that it's doable. It can't do that.
Okay.
So it's already been proven that it doesn't even work even for text data and such that it's very good at, right? It doesn't work in the enterprise scale. It works in internet scale. What it can do on the internet, it can't do in the enterprise scale today. It's not yet proven. You give your own, like say 1,000 documents and make it do things with it. It doesn't do it anywhere nearly as well as it does on the internet scale. So it's been modeled for that scale of data, and it has understood the knowledge that is there in the internet and can rephrase things very well, but doesn't work well in the enterprise scale.
Eventually, this one generative AI be like, several pockets of intelligence, like customer analysis, market basket analysis, and stuff like that. There's so many things we do in an enterprise. So will generative AI be sitting on the top of it, so that, any individual who runs a query, he gets answers from these respective pockets of what standalone, what you call, querying machines, or eventually they might become like querying machines.
But then like how often do we query stuff during our day-to-day work?
Yeah,
right. Say for querying stuff, it's okay. That is important. It might do that very well.
Right.
But that is not our primary job in any organization.
So
that's a secondary job.
How would generative AI work in an enterprise setup?
So I think we should just keep generative AI for the moment aside, for the moment. Like, I mean, we get so caught up in the way I can ask anything and it'll give me magical answers. It doesn't. It hallucinates, it's proven. And like if it tells you things, because when it tries to phrase it in a way that seems sounding like a human, it often creates new facts. It's underlying information based on some facts that found from other different sources. But when it paraphrases, it creates a new fact almost always. So for business purposes, you can't use ChatGPT for business purposes, or for any decision-making purpose, you can't use. Information purpose, yes, because you're going to go and verify, right? But you can't use for decision-making yet. But there are a lot of systems where it can be used, right? I mean, the underlying technologies can be used. We built a system for Fly Dubai almost 6 years back. In a 3-month summer, using 2-3 students and 1 professor's time, we built it for them. When they get emails to their customer support, mostly grievances, missed baggage,
those
flight
technologies
connections,
are there.
that's what ChatGPT claims it can do. We could understand a free form email as poorly drafted or as well drafted and understand what the problem is, just as a human being would do, which is what they were doing earlier. Somebody reads the mail and then opens a ticket. They wanted that part to be automated. It was done 6 years back. Not
it is
just us.
just like indexing the solar.
It's not much more than that. It's much.
And then Elasticsearch.
It's much more than that. It's not that trivial.
Okay.
At that time, unless it is a very strong NLP research group, they could not have done it. Which in the country at that time, maybe there are 15, 20 groups in the country. Those 20 groups could have done it. Anybody cannot do it. Even today, probably not many can do it. It's a free-flowing text we are talking about. In a free-flowing text, which could be accompanied with all kinds of grammar and other kind of construct errors. In a free-flowing text bed, any passenger, any customer of Fly Dubai can send an email, right? And so point problems is what it will solve. It's like saying like we had when manufacturing got automated, steam engines, steam machines sometime back and all kinds of other machines, CNC and the whole generations, every time they said it's going to replace the whole world with it. It didn't, right? Most recently in the tech world, like with all the hype around RPA, like 10, 15 years back, they said like, BPM and RPA will kill all BPO jobs. If anything, BPO jobs have tripled in the last 15 years. Since they said the BPO, forget 15 years back. 16, 17, with this hype on AI, there were pundits in India that said IT industry in India will lose half its jobs. IT industry has doubled in the last 7 years. Now, so the cost of automation is extremely high. which means you'll pick problems where there's sufficient value, where I can just have like 1,000 people do the job and it's financially okay to use them and do it, I will do it. Because cost of replacing 1,000 people is like worth 10,000 people. So it's not, and it's very error prone, very expensive to maintain. So just because you have machines, you're not going to replace everything you do. Like I've seen CNC machines. I'm not even from manufacturing, but I love machines. I've got the chance to go visit some of the defense and aerospace machines. Like there are CNC machines with 400 tools in that machine. The machine costs some tens of crores. You give a one solid piece of metal inside, it can does all kinds of machining and it'll come out with a finished product with very kind of high accuracy and very low tolerance. Now, the same thing to do in other older generation machines probably need some 20 different machines. You take it through job one after the other. Now, just because such a machine exists, they don't replace those 20 machines.
Right.
Because it's much cheaper, those 20 machines.
True.
So you pick the problem that needs this fancy 300 tool machine, and the other problem where the 20 machines are okay. I will use that there. Same thing with this. It's a tool. Just because it's available, it's not going to replace anything just because it is there.
Yeah. So I have one question on AR, VR. You know, that Unity 3D kind of models, you know, that we build, that is not a scalable model. Are there any new solutions that have come for building 3D models with like, you know, texture, lighting and all that stuff? Or is it still going to continue with that old era kind of building those 3D models? How would that work?
Yeah, like I said, I mean, great question, right? So this has been the problem in the VR AR space that you nicely said. But like I said earlier, just using a regular video, you can expect it to be possible to create a 3D model, right? So in the past, it had to be like created again. I mean, I have quite a different view of from what Ramesh said, but using generative AI and solutions like Blender and things like that, you can actually scale up your work quite fast. I mean, in the past, it would be like 10 different 3D artists who have to like work on recreating like an environment like this. But what is possible now is you can actually have a generative AI plugin into Blender, and perhaps in just a video of maybe somebody sort of taking a video of this, and automatically from the video using nerf techniques, you can create a rudimentary 3D model, and then on top of the 3D model, you can modify 3D model using some assistance from ChatGPT or generative AI to actually do it faster.
No, but will you be able to get that texture, lighting,
absolutely,
shade, and all that stuff?
Absolutely, absolutely. There are startups. There's a startup called Poly, which is based in Bay Area, which is all about you just give it a photograph or a series of photos. It will create you like UV layouts for the 3D models. So UV layout, it's called texturing or unwrap. That's a pretty complex affair for which, again, now there are a couple of startups which are making that much more easier to do now.
Okay. One last question. You know, HoloLenses is very expensive. So how is the difference between HoloLenses and the glasses that you just showed?
Yeah, so this is just one example. The HoloLens is about $4,000. This is $2,000.
Oh.
Okay. Right, and this includes a phone. So otherwise, it's just $1,500 plus a phone. And this does everything whatever a HoloLens does because it has two cameras in the front. It does spatial computing as well. And there are different glasses available in the market, like XReal. There's a company called XREAL, which sells AR glasses for $500. $500 compared to $4,000 of a HoloLens, right? Yeah, the industry is rapidly changing.
Any insight into Vision Pro that Apple is bringing?
Yeah, on the other hand, there is Vision Pro where they're focusing on the MacBook Pro kind of an approach than to start with MacBook Air, right? They're like, okay, so let's just focus on the high-end problems that we'll solve first using the best in the market kind of a glass. So that they started off with Vision Pro, which is like $4,000 or $5,000 headset. Now more for a different use case that they're imagining, which we still don't know yet because their marketing showed quite a different experience there, right? So Vision Pro is quite different. It's not even a see-through AR glass. It's actually a XMR glass through video pass-through. Right, but that's for, I mean, I don't know much about applicability, but yes, talking of that and one of your earlier questions, right? In terms of developing for the world, it definitely has to have like an investor ecosystem which is friendly with or which is capable of understanding the market quite well, who can sort of bet the entrepreneur. So that's what I think from a Vision Pro or other glasses that are coming up in either China or in US, they bet heavily on the market. Whereas in India, unfortunately, we don't. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
Wow. So there's one last question, I think. Okay.
Okay, one more. We'll make that.
So we'll make one more.
Yeah. Ramesh, this is for you. This is Kamlakar from Power Dynamics. You have aptly mentioned that all the innovation happening in the Bay Area and we are executing, we're good in executing. I just wanted to add something to it, there must be some kind of an add-on to our education system, which has been missing for a long, if you go back to our ancestral times, a king has to take the kingdom. After his education, he has to go into the people and spend some time with the people to understand what the really happening on the ground. Then only come back and conquer take out the crown. So that's where we were lacking. After our education, we should give a gap of 1 year or 2 years, let the children to roam around and understand what is happening around. Without seeing them, you picked up straight from the second year itself and putting them in the job, and immediately the fellow get married and he got stuck in that vicious cycle. So that's where we are lacking. We should give them that freedom of roaming around or something. So we should have some kind of a rule.
Can we start by getting their freedom back?
Yeah.
From 10th, 11th, 12th, 3 years,
Yeah.
we take away all their freedom.
Ah.
You give some freedom back.
Yeah.
Let them go watch some movies, read some books, play some games, go around a little. Instead of putting them in coaching centers from 6 in the morning till 10 in the evening, give the freedom back. That's enough. I don't think we need to take time.
That will give them that understanding of the problems of the world. They will definitely come back and solve them. So without knowing any problem, somebody will give the problem, then they are ready to solve. My wife says there is no milk at home, I'm ready to go and pick it, but I never know that what is the problems is. So that's what is my point to add on. Thank you.
I think he did mention that at the beginning, that, we have to move those learnings from the colleges to the school, free up that creative aspect of it, which we have completely taken over through the education system and the input. So I believe, you've already covered it, but thanks for bringing that point. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Priyanka. I'm the founder of Workbucks. We are a skill DAO. Essentially, we are a skill tech venture working on bringing undergrads to emergent tech. And one of the problems that we passionately solve are how to bridge the gap between rural and urban education. So my question is towards Hemant. This is one problem we've been trying to solve with spatial computing, metaverse, whatever you want to call it, AR, VR. So on weekends, usually we work with Zilla Parishad schools to get the high schoolers on basic Python programming. Just getting them on basic devices with like geo connectivity, which is like 2 gig for 2 cents itself has been sometimes a problem, but we've overcome that. But if we want to build like a school-like architecture and have that classroom-like feeling for them, right? Do you recommend solutions on Unreal or anything which is much more computational friendly and we don't have to spend too much on the computational gas fee, as they say? So looking for those kind of solutions which can penetrate to like grassroots level. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, well, I have a two school-going children, right? What I see very exciting for children who want to sort of get into this Unity or VR, AR, spatial computing kind of space, which also will not take away their, the kid-like mentality as well, like Ramesh talked about, is getting them introduced to creative side of VR, AR to start with, than directly putting them in like, C# or Unreal programming, Python, which anyway, like Python is doing, right? Now, but you can introduce them to, like I said earlier, the Blender, or Blender is an open source software, right? They can start working on how to create 3D content, which will sort of unleash their creativity. They can sort of, you can actually ask them to sort of, hey, can we sort of create a certain section of your school, right? Take photographs of your school. They will be super excited to do it, and then create all of that in 3D, right? That I would certainly suggest that as a big driving factor for getting them into Unreal or Unity first, because otherwise directly into coding, maybe only like 11th grader or 10th grader would understand that, but everybody else, right from 5th grade or 6th grade onwards, they would definitely like the 3D modeling aspect of it. Yeah, I think I actually understood your question too, but I addressed this because you also said Zilla Parishad High School. So, and then you said resources are a constraint. Then I was like, how do they even get to this metaverse and everything, right? When resources are a constraint, right? But yeah, so to replicate, I mean, if there is another team working on it and how to replicate it, yeah. So Unity, Unreal, you name it, yeah, anything is fine. In fact, during pandemic, we recreated a class-like environment, which is one of our templates in our software. We have a software called Atom, which is a DIY metaverse software where all that you need to do is to create 3D content on your own and create interactive experiences on that using our no-code authoring tool. Bring it inside our software. In fact, we are working with a school team which is creating learning experiences for autistic children. Right. So again, similar conversation. They're like, hey, where do we start? Do we learn Unity, Unreal? Do we understand how to create 3D content and all that? All of that is like very new for them. We said, okay, so let's just focus on your experience. We already have templates that are available, and you create solutions for targeting those children. Yeah. Oh, it's free for Zilla Parishad schools.
No, I would put a more fundamental question. What is it about city schools that you want to replicate? Right? I mean, the assumption being that the city schools are better than the government schools or rural schools, right? Which is, I don't think city schools they might have better infra, but it's not, the quality of teaching is not much different at some level. We had a more fundamental problem that we got through an NGO, right? Agastya Foundation that we have helped. They just want physical experiment, not simulation. Physical experiments to be able to be conducted remotely. So we have physical experiments through actuators and such that you can, of course, you're seeing it through a camera, but you're actually manipulating. If you're doing a pendulum experiment, you're lifting a pendulum and dropping it. And you're measuring how far it is switching. If you're doing an optics experiment, you're actually moving the lens. So physically manipulating an experiment, a physical experiment, you're manipulating remotely and seeing the outcome on a camera. Now, there are things like that. Those are bigger problems at some level, because simulation, you only can learn so much. But this is something you actually are seeing physically. And so I think, I would think there are more fundamental problems when it comes to even government school education than leveraging AR, VR yet. I mean, there are more fundamental problems before even going that far.
Well. Enjoying the enthusiasm and the need to go for more questions, but I think I'll pause here and respect the time that has been awarded to us. So thank you for your enthusiastic participation, though. Very, great topic. When this topic was picked up by our panel, we were wondering what is that we are going to talk about, because it seems too many things in 60 minutes. But thank you, both of you, for keeping it so alive and so interesting with examples for, I guess, from both sides of the room. There's some takeaways. So definitely there probably, we'll have more questions post the session as well. So thank you again for listening patiently, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
I would now request Mr. Sanjeev Deshpande to present a memento to our esteemed moderator, Ms. Praveena. And Sanjeev would present the memento to our esteemed panelists.
At 5 o'clock, 5:30, 5:40, first time in Hyderabad. The content is nothing about sales. It's very actual, real content that everybody is enthusiastically sustained from 9:30 onwards till 5:30. This is fantastic. I really appreciate the participation of all of you. And I hope we can take some cues from this specific conference and then have some focused conferences over the next 2 quarters so that we can build on this and not kind of lose the momentum. And no, I mean, I would rather like to build on some of the key initiatives that CII is undertaking. So with that, again, once again, thank you, all the speakers and all the panel members, CII organizers, the volunteers. So again, thanks all so much. And I wish you all wonderful evening and a wonderful weekend. Thank you.
I'll quickly request everyone to please scan the QR code on your respective tables and give us a feedback. As we approach the end of the CII Telangana IT Conclave 2023, I would want to express my gratitude to our sponsors, our principal sponsors, Entity Data, CPAL, our co-sponsor, Broadridge, our associate sponsors, Kagul, Pi Data Centers, Shri Hospitals, our corporate contributor, Tata Consultancy Services, and our supporting partner, TIE Hyderabad. Thank you everyone for joining. Have a